Man, the silence is deafening. I mean, we got 2 drivers' meetings going on, so I'll be quiet until the drivers' meeting is over so that they can conduct their business. But I'll make a final call. Juniors, we need you all to staging because your drivers' meeting is about to get started. Thank you. Well, I think the West Coast Grudge Drivers meeting is still underway over there, so we'll keep it quiet for another couple minutes. All right, it appears that the junior drivers meeting is completed. The juniors are gearing up and getting ready, and we're about a minute away from getting this party started. And so thanks again to Cornwell Tools for their continuing support of the youth movement here at Pacific Raceways, which includes, of course, the entire junior program, this event, the Mark Lyle Invitational, and of course the high school drags too. So thank you, Cornwell Tools. Thank you to Kim and Randy Parker and Parker's Race Shop. Thank you to Dave Barcelone and Dave Barcelone's Truck Town. Of course, the track staff who do a tremendous job in preparing the facility for events like this. Of course, we've mentioned Cornwell Tools numerous times, but it goes without saying that they are the sponsors of the junior program, the high school series, and just about anything that has to do with young people being involved with drag racing here at this racetrack. In addition to that, we want to thank Ron and Tracy Buckholz and their company, Federal Way Automotive. They don't do radiator anymore, so it's just Federal Way Automotive, for their support as well, along with O'Reilly Auto Parts and our friends over at the go-kart track, PGP. So as we get ready this morning, I got a chance to watch some of the goings-on during the drivers' meeting. Everyone intently listening to the conversation going on over there, trying to get prepared for what should be a fun day here at Pacific Raceways. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be part of what has turned into an amazing event each and every year at this racetrack, focused on the junior program. This year is a little different in that we've included our friends at West Coast Grudge. So not only will the kids be able to race a little, they'll be able to watch some really cool race cars put on quite a display here today. So without further ado, the kids are geared up and ready to run, and let's get this party started. Track's in good shape, and we're ready to go. Now, I mentioned the drivers' meeting, and the juniors, intently listening to what was going on over there. I kind of looked and did a little bit of a head count. It appears that there are more than 40 cars. I lost track at 40, but there were more than that, so that's cool. Up from 23 last night. So we nearly doubled the output, if you will, so which is always cool. I was kind of hoping for between 50 and 60, but until I get an official count from upstairs, I'm guesstimating at 40 plus. But then again, I graduated from Sumner High School, so math is not my strong suit, okay? All right, let's go. It's Cornwell Tools Juniors and the start of the 2021 running of the Mark Lyle Invitational here at Pacific Raceway. Again, thanks to Cornwell Tools and a cast of sponsors, including Randy and Kim Parker and Parker's Race Shop, Dave Barcelone's Truck Town, the track staff for doing a job on the track itself, Cornwell Tools, as I previously mentioned, Federal Way Automotive, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and PGP, the go-kart track. Man, I don't know. If you were here last night, the juniors put on an amazing little gambler race amongst themselves. It was $40 to enter, and I guesstimated there were 22 or 23 cars in total. Over to 27. I like it. See an even larger number than I thought. I told you I can't do math.
Comes Jasper Webster, tower side.
Dude, I think I request an official measurement. Jasper Webster 4 foot tall yet? Come on.
Don't give him a complex this early in life.
I know. Kimbry Brost over on the Cornwell Tool side goes 8:88 in the 8th mile with an 0:46 reaction time. Little Jasper Webster 0:54 in reaction time. And you know what? The juniors qualify based on their reaction times and not their ETs and speeds. Reaction time is kind of a crucial element because if you're a kid between, 5 and 18, you want to be the #1 qualifier, man. The closest you can get to a .000, the better.
And last night's reaction times don't count for today's qualifying.
Nope, it's a whole new day, and man, what a day it's going to be. $5,000 in prize money for the juniors today. That's amazing. The largest junior purse on the entire West Coast this weekend here at Pacific Raceway. All right, Emma Esquerdo in the little red car, alongside Sydney Loshik. Thanking Sydney for coming up. We got to meet her yesterday. Straightened me out of the correct pronunciation. I thought it was Polo Chick. He said, no, it's just Loshik. I'm like, sweet. The H is silent.
Sydney takes a better reaction time over in the right-hand lane. And this win light too with a 9:51. Tower side 11:73 by Emma.
All right, up next is Dawson Ridge, who was here last night, having fun and testing a little bit, and Carson Craig, who was not here yesterday, probably because Mom and Dad had to work.
Yeah, but look at Carmen. 0:17 reaction time. I think that puts him number one for today.
Yeah, unofficially, I would assume so.
Dawson goes 9:18, 71 miles an hour. Craig goes 12:01 at 54 miles an hour.
All right, yesterday's runner-up, Katie Proud, rolls to the ready line. So Katie gets ready to race Zach Miner, Federal Way. But unfortunately, Miss Katie goes 004 red, so after the opening round of qualifying, her name will appear at the bottom of the qualifying sheet. All right, final pair of Junior Thunder cars rolling to the starting line now. Grayson Gandy rolls up next in his new car, Tower Side. Pretty cute last night. I walked down onto the patio talking to one of the parents of the juniors. And Grayson comes up. I'm not looking down because I'm looking at the parent. I feel his pair of arms around my waist giving me a hug.
Yeah, I was witness. I saw that, but I didn't know that was Grayson.
All right, so Grayson gets to match up alongside Ellie Brown from Yakima. Well, Ellie, like Katie Proud rather, is going to be at the bottom of the qualifying list because Ellie just went red. So Grayson Gandy was 081 green. That will conclude Junior Thunder qualifying for the moment. We jump right into Junior Lightning. The older kids with the faster cars.
Actually, even up here in the tower, you can hear the difference in the sound of the engines.
West Coast Grudge. West Coast Grudge. Are you grudge racing today?
All right, Jazzy B kicks qualifying off in Junior Lightning with a stellar 0:15 reaction time and 7:99 on the run for the K&D Auto Works Junior. David Jackson from Missoula was here racing last night, and he follows Jazzy through the finish line after cutting a nice 0:26 reaction time. So they go 1 and 2 in qualifying in the early going in Junior Lightning, which brings up our next pair.
That would put Jazzy number one qualifier at the 0:15 reaction time, because that was the first pair in Lightning.
Yeah, so they're number 1 and 2. Didn't you hear me say that? All right, so Dustin Ridge and Benjamin Fowler. Benjamin was the winner last night in the Junior Gambler. And one day later, he goes red, 082 red. Dustin Ridge, 043 green.
Benjamin goes 802, 80 miles an hour here in the tower side. Dustin over in the right lane goes 799 at 81 miles an hour.
If you are out here grudge racing today, we have lanes 1 and 2, our Binford Metals West Coast Grudge. Lanes 1 and 2, lanes 1 and 2 for the ultimate in grudge racing.
Cole Dickoff, tower side. He's the one with the green light. Michelle Brown goes a bit red by 100 actually. Dickoff gets there with a 791, 82. Brown gets there with a 773 at 82 also. Erickson, tower side, goes 05 on the starting line. Lindsay Miller, right lane, goes 08 on the starting line. At the 8th mile, right-hand lane, 796, 84 miles an hour. Tower side, Natalie goes 788, 81 miles an hour. Cole Frick, tower side, goes a bit red on the starting line. Rayleigh Higgins in the other lane goes 04 green, 795 at the 8th mile, 81 miles an hour. Frick goes 792, 88 miles an hour. Rossi, he's the one with the green light, goes 8:37. Sarah over in the right-hand lane goes 7:89, 81 miles an hour. Looks like we have a single tower side, Cooper Chung.
Now, I'm not sure, but there was conversation on Facebook following the fact that there's a $5,000 guaranteed purse. And if that really was Cooper Chun,
He's number one qualifier.
yeah. I feel like it's a guy cleverly disguised as Cooper Chun. All right, so round one qualifying for Cornwell Tools Jr. is complete. We're going to do a little work on the racetrack and then jump into West Coast Grudge qualifying.
I'm going to turn the mic over to Tim for West Coast Grudge.
I'll hand you my mic then, because I'm out of here.
Really?
This is not actually West Coast Grudge qualifying. I was mistaken. Apparently, this is like a real live grudge racing, like call-out style.
It is exactly that. So it's kind of like you do some test hits and so forth. You can see the cars are kind of lined up similar to each other, except for the Mustang and the BMW back there. But the Mustang and the Mustang in front of them, both very, very fast cars. So they're going to take some test hits and so forth, and grudge racing is grudge racing. Basically, Billy, you got a slow car, my car's faster. Billy says, Johnny, your car's slow. So let's go take a couple hits and see who's got it. Anyway, it might be $1 or $2 that is exchanged hands in the pits. But that's not for me to say. But qualifying for our 650 index is going to be at 11 o'clock. And then at 650 index qualifying 2 is at 12:30. So, and we also have a stick shift competition too out here. So you're running this stick, you're going up against other guys with stick shift, got an opportunity, who can roll through the gears faster and who can get to the end stop. And it's heads up racing. There's no delay in any of the tree, and also it's instant green. So go up, you get stage, it goes immediately to green, and you see some guys that are used to it, and you see some guys that are absolute mouth breathing and sleeping at the wheel when it goes green. Spraying down our little magic dust. Of course, Jeremy here with our incredible Pacific Raceways crew. just a little bit more prep. But last night was fantastic. So it was basically everybody got 2 hits, and it was the Mob 275 tires as well as the big tires out here. And trying to get it to stick was a big deal. So a couple cars got to pull a couple big wheelies in the 275 class, which was crazy to see, but it was just getting the tires to stick. So that's what it comes down to with the Mob 275. You can make all kinds of horsepower, but it's sticking it to the ground is the big deal. So it's setup and driver all at the same time. Oh, we got guys losing shoes out on the start line. That's a good sign.
One to 10, how sticky is it out there?
He'll say 10 because he got to see all of his toes.
Ripped the shoes right off his foot.
We're lining them up here, West Coast Grudge. Huge shout out to Binford Metals. Binford Metals, of course, is our title sponsor for West Coast Grudge. In the far lane, looks about a 67 Chevelle, and then a Camaro in the left lane. He must have put in a new bottle. He's purging out a lot. You know, it's not new now, but I'll guarantee you there's no air in the system. So you need a constant flow of nitrous if you're running nitrous. If you have any kind of bad air in the system, that could be very detrimental to your combustion and make a nice big hole in the side of the block where you can look in and see what went wrong. Carrying the wheels up in the right lane, big takeoff. Obviously doing really well with the traction here this morning. Firebird in the left lane. Right lane, another, looks like Chevelle. Ray's telling me it's a 66. His eyes are better than mine, I'll tell you that. Big wheelie bar in the back. Firebird with a little bit of a jump on in the left lane. Two Mustangs, so later body Mustangs out here. Both of these very quick Mustangs. So we're in instant green, so we'll get both of our staging lights at the top. Creep forward, there we go, get it loaded up, and then it goes instant green. Carrying the front tire in the left lane. Woo, that's a close one. Looks like right lane's gonna, oh, left lane took it.
So junior dragsters, we're looking for you back in the staging lanes for round 2 qualifying. Junior dragsters, come on down. Round 2 qualifying, lane 6.
Fox Body Mustang, right lane. Chevy 2, whoa, big wheelies out of both of them. That's a pretty close race. This is what I like about West Coast Grudge. So you have Fox Body Mustang and a Chevy 2 going off. And now we have a Subaru and a BMW 135. Obviously with the traction control on. Subaru in the right-hand lane, it's pushing all-wheel drive. BMW in the left lane, the 135, is just rear-wheel drive. Subaru getting a heck of a jump out of the go. Looks like BMW needs to run down and take that traction control button off. You can see them start to spin and the back tire lock up. That's a good indication of the traction control trying to kick in, trying to be smarter than you. And then a Volkswagen Golf in the left lane against a Nova in the right lane.
Juniors, you're not listening to me. Qualifying run number 2, you should be in the staging lanes.
Volkswagen Golf in the left lane, front wheel drive. Nova in the right hand lane. I'm gonna have my money on the Nova if I was a betting man. All staged up. It's going to go directly to green. Looks like the Nova was running a little bit on the rich side. Nova taking the win. Pontiac Tempest in the right lane and a SS Chevelle in the left lane. Look at all the stuff popping out of the top of the hood of that Fox Body Mustang coming up on the left lane.
I was looking at that.
Looks like the SS Chevelle is taking the win on that one. The S10 Blazer in the right lane. Boy, that thing pulls some mean wheelies. And then the Mustang, Fox Body Mustang, in the left lane. Looks like the Mustang pulled him.
So just a heads up to all the junior drivers, we're giving you a 10-minute warning before your next round of qualifying. We'll call you in approximately 10 minutes.
That was a big hit. Boy, that was a big old wheel stand. Holy smokes.
How do you like the traction at Pacific Raceways?
Well, we saw it by the shoes being left behind. Boy, that was a big hit. Holy smokes, that was a big wheelie. Stood him up and then came back down. As soon as you let out of it, boy, it comes crashing down. But if you stay in it, you can end up over the wall. So it's, you got to kind of pedal it, or you just kind of let her come down and smash the fillings right out of your teeth. Anybody down there in the start line catch that on video? That would be an awesome video to put up on West Coast Grudge Facebook page. Just keeping an eye on the end of the track. We're gonna, oh, looks like we're solid now. We're back to racing. Looks like all the front end parts are collected. So that salmon colored Nova in the left-hand lane. And I'm gonna have to get more info on that truck on the right lane. That's pretty cool. That's a one-off chopped 30-something pickup. Instant green. Good traction coming out of both lanes. So grudge lanes 1 and 2. Grudge lanes 1 and 2. Fox Body Mustang left lane. Baba Rara Kudada in the right lane. Barracuda in the right lane. Either spun or it coughed in the right lane. Looks like he's going to let off of it. Mustang on the looks like we had something let go in the left lane, so we're going to be doing a little cleanup here for a little bit. At this time, I'd like to thank our sponsors, of course. Binford Metals is our Binford Metals, of course, our title sponsor. Those guys, Rods and Customs, Hand and Trailer Repair, STM Real Estate, Capital Duct Cleaning, Radioactive Fab, Ghostum Dental Cams, Amco of Puyallup, PSCA Online Store, Peterson's Union 76, Ace Race Parts, DAP Tunes, Scott Spielman Welding, River's Edge Cafe, Turbo Dick Jixer, Custom Concrete Northwest, Nana's Arrangements, Herman Motorsports, Aberdeen Automotive, Extreme Motorworks, The Car Guys, RPM Roll Bars, Purple Nurple Photography, Dune Shark Apparel. Of course, Dune Shark Apparel is here, selling swag. Northwest Welding and Gases. And of course, don't forget to hit the West Coast Grudge trailer for official West Coast Grudge swag.
Just want to make an announcement. Four Horsemen, they're open. They're here. If you need some food, the Four Horsemen are open. Oh, also at the Four Horsemen, free water. So keep hydrated. You get free water at the Four Horsemen. I'm told it's a 2-bottle limit per person.
Check 1, 2. There we go. Down here we have a Scooby-Doo coming all the way from Idaho. What's your name, man? All the way out here, man. This thing spins pretty good watching all four wheels kind of spool up a little bit as you take off. So you have any rivals here that you're running against today?
Nope.
Just having fun?
Yep.
Right on, man. Front wheel drive car, of course, this Volkswagen out here. You don't see many of these. Alfa Romeo coming all the way out here to the track. What's your name, partner?
Mark.
So, Mark, where are you from, Mark?
Bellevue originally, and I used to drag race here 40 years ago. This is the first time back.
That's that's awesome. So the West Coast Grudge thing brought you out?
No, just wanted to race again.
That's pretty cool. So bring out an Alpha. That's just not your average, typical drag race car. So anyway, this is awesome to see this, man. That's the beauty of West Coast Grudge. Kind of, you get to sign up whatever you want. I mean, you got a BMW 135 over there. You got a Volkswagen Golf over here. Scooby-Doo over here. This is pretty cool stuff.
It is.
Thanks for coming out, Mark. This is good. I can't wait to see what kind of numbers this thing spools.
All right, juniors, we need you. Juniors, you're up next. We need you in the lanes and ready to go. Junior Thunder in lane 5, Junior Lightning in lane 6. Again, juniors, I know some of you are already there, but this is your official call to staging. As we want Junior Thunder in lane 5, Junior Lightning lane 6, please. Okay, juniors, just a heads up. Following this qualifying run, Robert Grice, our Division 6 photographer, would like to take a group photo right in front of the Cornwell Tool sign on the return road. So once again, juniors, following this timed run, we'd like to take a group photograph. Our official Division 6 photographer, Robert Grice, would like to take the photograph right in front of the Cornwell Tool sign on the return road. By the way, there's a truck in front of the Cornwell Tool sign that needs to be moved. So once again, following this qualifier, junior drivers, there will be an opportunity for a group photograph in front of the Cornwell Tool sign on the return road. So once again, all juniors, we request that you meet in front of the Cornwell Tool sign on the return road for a group photograph following this qualifying run. And whoever owns that Dodge Ram pickup parked in front of the Cornwell Tools sign, you need to move it so that we can take that photograph. Please and thank you. If you don't, we'll move it for you to an undisclosed location. Probably not a problem right now, but if you go home later tonight, you won't be able to because you won't be able to find your truck.
We move it with a forklift and it's ugly.
Well, depends on who's driving the forklift, but it could get ugly, you're right.
Sometimes they put the forks right through the windows, open or not.
You know, Robert Grice is like, to coin a phrase, Johnny on the spot. He just texted me a photo of the wheel stand from that Camaro just a couple of minutes ago, and it's spectacular. I can guarantee the driver of that Camaro is a customer, Robert, for sure. So you now earned your lunch money for the day. I can highly recommend the chicken strips and fries. And I checked with the concession stand, they do have them. It's almost 11 o'clock, so I mean, like, you know, I get up at 4 usually. Today I slept in until 5. I wasn't feeling really great last night, to be honest, so maybe that's why.
I don't know, I'm kind of thinking cheeseburger.
West Coast Grudge 650 Index, lanes 3 and 4. West Coast Grudge 650 Index. We'd like you in lanes 3 and 4. So juniors will be next, but we're still working on the racetrack. We've called West Coast Grudge 650 Index to lanes 3 and 4. I'm just trying to get the hang of the West Coast Grudge kind of thing, you know? These are not classes I'm completely familiar with, to be honest. I know a little bit about them from a nationwide perspective, like a 275 thing and stuff, but having a group like the West Coast Grudge is kind of a unique experience. There's not a lot of different categories that intrigue me anymore after doing this for so long, but the West Coast Grudge I find kind of intriguing, to be honest. A lot of interesting combinations between, you know, belt-driven superchargers, turbos, nitrous, just big inch motors. A couple, I haven't seen any blown cars involved, but I'm sure if you had a blown car, it fits somewhere within the West Coast Grudge program.
The only thing I understand is one guy will say, I'll bet you 25 cents I get to the finish line first.
Ray, why do you always seem like you're so underfunded every time you roll out a bet?
Because I am underfunded.
And that is a complete lie. You still have your first dollar you ever made, I know.
No, I spent that last week.
All right, it appears that everything is ready. We're going to jump back into round 2 of qualifying in Cornwell Tools Junior. And this will be their second and final qualifying session.
And don't forget, juniors, after this pass, you're going to get your group picture taken over in the return lane by the Cornwell Tools sign.
All right, so into Junior Thunder we go as we All right, here we go. Katie Froud, who was a runner-up last night, takes on Dawson Ridge. Now, from the opening round of qualifying, this is a matchup between the number 6 qualifier in Dawson Ridge and Katie Froud, who went red. So, henceforth, she and Ellie Brown are both at the bottom of the qualified order, looking to improve. Right now, the number 1 qualifier with 0:17 reaction time is Carson Craig. Kimberly Brost is number 2 at 0:46. Jasper Webster is 3rd at 0:54, and the top 4 is rounded out by Grayson Gandy. So Katie Froud, trying to avenge an earlier red light performance on the starting line, takes on Dawson Ridge. And I guess you could consider Katie Froud an out-of-towner, because she races over at Renegade Raceway in their junior program. You don't often see Froud family here at Pacific Raceway, but we sure do like to see them here for the Mark Lyle Invitational. Katie avenges that early red light with an 0:38 this time around. Dawson Ridge is 1-2-3 in reaction time, so he will not improve. That'll move Katie Froud from the bottom of the qualified order up to number 2. And that sets up Sydney Lotion and Carson Craig. Sydney, of course, from Buckley, Washington. She's 3rd in the points in the regular Cornwell Tools junior program, but this is a non-points event for the juniors. No Pacific Raceway junior points involved this weekend. They do have one more points earning opportunity in the Cornwell Tools program here at this big track in a couple of weeks. So Sydney right now finds herself in the number 8 spot in qualifying. In opening round 102 was her early effort. She takes on the number 1 qualifier in Carson Craig, who opened up round 1 of qualifying with a nice 0:17 reaction time. Wow, Carson Craig is 0:83 this time in reaction time. ET-wise, 12:24 shows up on the Cornwell Tools scoreboard at 52 miles an hour. Sydney Lotion is 9:56 in ET with a 1:10 reaction time. So neither driver really improving there. That will bring up Kimberly Brost and Coda Tobel. Coda's another one of those drivers who does a lot of racing here at Pacific, but also races over at Renegade Raceway on occasion. To challenge Kimberly Brost from Selah, Washington. Speaking of Renegade Raceway, she's right in the neighborhood of that racetrack from Selah. So Kimberly right now, number 3, Coda number 9 in qualifying, both looking to improve. If you want the number 1 spot, you gotta be 0:16 or better though. I'd like to meet Kimberly Brost. I don't know if it's Brost or Brost. I think it's Brost.
I think you're right. Well, the 1,000th red light will not help Coda.
650 index, West Coast Grudge, lanes 3 and 4, please. 650 index, West Coast Grudge, lanes 3 and 4.
Look at the ATs, 902 a pair.
Yeah, close race. Discounting the 001 red light start left lane. That'll bring up Ellie Brown and my little buddy Grayson Gandy. Grayson, of course, after the opening session was 0:81 in reaction time on his opening hit. Right now he finds himself in the number 5 spot. Ellie Brown, on the other hand, was right at the other end of the spectrum. She went red in her opening shot down this racetrack, hoping to avenge that here in round 2 qualifying. By the way, this is round 2, the final round of qualifying for juniors. Well, Ellie Brown avenges that opening round red light. The green light starts this time around. Grayson also green, and actually, based on reaction time, they're not far apart. Ellie Brown was 210 reaction time. Grayson was 268. Final call for 650 index West Coast Grudge, the lanes 3 and 4. Final call, West Coast Grudge 650 index, lanes 3 and 4. All right, Jasper Webster and Emma E. Squardo roll in. We continue with Junior Thunder qualifying.
Jasper with the better reaction time cuts an 09 on the starting line. Emma a little bit tardy in the starting line. Jasper goes 12:16, 51 miles an hour. Esquerdo goes 11:68, 54.
Ray, you did it perfect. Esquerdo, nice work.
Stuff happens.
Well, practice makes perfect, Ray. That's what they say anyway.
Must be the last car in Thunder. It's Abby Cole, all the way from Auburn.
It's race day. Abby's kind of focused. She hasn't come seen us yet. Here to timing tower, but she will before the day's over, I'm sure. So Abby Cole, currently 4th in the point standing during the regular Cornwell Tools Junior Series program, goes 021 red here, and that's obviously no help. She'll remain number 6 in the qualified order based on an opening round 092. That's going to do it for Junior Thunder qualifying, where we saw Carson Craig hold on to his number 1 spot with an 017 reaction time. Katie Froud moved up to number 2 with an 038 reaction time, and that'll set the stage for Junior Lightning final round of qualifying. All right, Junior Lightning qualifying, just getting underway with our first pair right here. Sahara Wen, the Plum Crazy junior car, and Cole Dickoff, the all-conquering junior driver from Auburn. A lot of people don't know that Cole's first passion is drag racing. His second passion is playing the drums. He's a pretty good drummer. I haven't seen him in person yet due to COVID situation. But my plan is at some point in the fall or early winter to go to Dave's and Milton, because that's where he plays, in a band.
14 years old.
Right.
Wow.
So literally, Cole Dickoff is a rock star. In many ways.
Yeah.
Including a 001 reaction time right here. Nice work. Any question who the number 1 qualifier is right now? God, nearly perfect 001 reaction time. Well done, sir. Well done. All right, last night's winner, Benjamin Fowler from Marysville, rolls up on the Cornwell Tool side to challenge Michelle Brown from Yakima. No doubt she'll be part of the ET Finals in a couple of weeks, probably representing Renegade Raceway. It's an educated guess. All right. So Benjamin rolls in carefully alongside Michelle. They both know that number one qualifiers, new number one, is Cole Dickoff with a brilliant 001 reaction time. Well, 082 for Benjamin, 043 reaction time for Michelle Brown, and right now, looking at qualifying, Michelle Brown is number 6, Benjamin Fowler number 11, and that brings up Dave Jackson and little Rayleigh Higgins in the Hello Kitty 3 car. Can anybody knock out the number one qualifier, Cole Dickoff? Somebody's going to have to cut a perfect line if they're going to do it.
That would be true. And if he does cut a perfect line, he'd come up to the tower with his AP slip, present it to Stevie or myself, get a perfect line award.
Yeah, triple O is hard to come by. Jackson is all the way from Missoula, Montana. Good to see a lot of teams come from around the division to race here at Pacific Raceways with the Mark Lyle Invitation presented by Cornwell Tools. Well, tough break for Rayleigh Higgins. She goes red this time around. David Jackson, the guy from Missoula, is 059 green. That puts David number 4. And let's see. Rayleigh is number 7. Here is Jazzy B. Yes, the one and only Jaslyn B. The K&D Auto Works Junior car alongside Hayden Rossi. Pendleton. I think it's Pendleton, Oregon.
That's what I was thinking.
It says here Pendleton, Washington. I don't know of a Pendleton, Washington person.
Pendleton's the only place in Oregon.
I think there's a Pendleton, Wisconsin. Well, tough break for Jazzy Bean. She was 018 red. Hayden Rossi goes 032 green. And that 032 will move her up into the number 5 spot, bringing up Dustin Ridge. And it says Cooper Chun, but I don't believe that's Cooper. So here we go. Cole Dickoff just living large with a nearly perfect 001 reaction time. The only way you're going to get him is if you're perfect. And let me tell you, Dustin Ridge was trying. 009 red light. So Cooper Chun, or the reasonable facsimile of Cooper Chun, is over in the right lane on the Cornwell Tool side, was 097 green and an 872 ET. Which will set up the next pair featuring Lindsay Miller and Natalie Erickson. Lindsay is 14. In fact, they both are 14-year-old young ladies racing in the junior program. Conceptually, if you start when you're 5 and you end your junior career at 18, you literally have 13 years of approximate driving experience before you ever jumped into a full-size car. Now, I wasn't the originator of the term baby sharks, but let me tell you one thing, in my experience, when the junior drivers go to the next level into full-size competition, they are a force to be reckoned with. Because like I say, they've already got 10 to 13 years of experience if they've been doing it since the beginning of their racing careers. Lindsay Miller, 0:48 reaction time, Natalie at 0:57. That puts Lindsay in the number 8 spot in qualifying and Natalie number 10 in Junior Lightning qualifying. Setting up Cole Fricke now. He's from West Richland, Washington, and he is 13 years old. All right, 650 Index West Coast Grudge is coming up next. So 650 drivers, you should be buckled in and ready to race. Cole Fricke will conclude junior qualifying, and he's going to try and get a perfect light. That's the opportunity that's in front of him. If he goes triple O, he'll take over the number 1 spot from Cole Dickoff. Well, it wasn't triple O, but an 0:36 is not bad. And Cole runs 797 at 79 miles an hour to complete junior qualifying. The Mark Lyle Invitational here at Pacific Raceways, presented by Cornwell Tools. Apparently we're going to Test and Tune next, or West Coast Grudge, kind of like a Test and Tune, except you pick your partner.
And bet your meat.
So here it is. Uh-oh, the Volkswagen guy's like, nah, that El Camino's too fast. I'm backing away from this deal. I'm out. Blazer comes up and says, oh, don't worry, I can take him. Volkswagen Golf guy's like, I'm standing down, man. That orange El Camino's got a cowl induction scoop. And I'm afraid, very afraid. Man, this is so confusing. Apparently now we're doing a little do-si-do. Because we were doing just Grudge, and now the 650 Index guys are like, no, we were supposed to be first. Let us go.
Rolling into 650 Index right now. So 650 Index, that is lanes 3 and 4. 3 and 4 for 650 Index. Up in the back of that El Camino, there's a couple little bottles he has stowed up in the back. Big wheelies. Great traction out here at Pacific Raceways today. On your return route coming from racing, make sure you go slow around the return road. We have pictures being taken by the junior dragsters. So please go slow on your return road, back around by the Cornwell Tools sign. Doing our first qualifying of our 650 Index right now. That purple Challenger. Looks like I need a little bit more education on that late 30s, mid-late 30s pickup. That's a hot runner. So my bitchin' Camaro in the left lane. Then the Nova 2 in the right lane. This is 650 index, 650 index. After the red and black Camaro, Mustang, the Fox Body Mustang, that is our last 650 index car. Here's your last 650 index on the right lane. Then we're going back into grudge racing. Grudge racing, lanes 1 and 2. Grudge racing, lanes 1 and 2. Stick shift racers, lanes 3 and 4. Stick shift racers, lanes 3 and 4. Grudge racing in lanes 1 and 2. Run what you brung. Over here in lanes 1 and 2. There's that Monza we saw last night. Big old tire tucked up underneath the bottom of that thing. Remember, on our return road, make sure you go down slow around all the kids that are parked in the junior dragsters. Stick shift race cars. Need you in lanes 3 and 4. 3 and 4 for stick shift cars. West Coast Grudge, lanes 1 and 2. Stick shift cars, lanes 3 and 4. Stick shift cars, lanes 3 and 4. Grudge racing right now. Volkswagen in the right lane, Camaro in the left lane. Oh, look at this. Might have ourselves a run. Looks like the Volkswagen's going to get a run on our Camaro. I'll be darned. Look at that. 2013 GTI. Dalton Miller out of Puyallup. Igor in the right lane, gonna have a single run by himself in that Subaru 2012 STI. If you notice the right headlight, the passenger headlight is missing. Reason for that is he's got his big turbo intake stuffed up in that hole. Imagine getting pulled over on the way home. Officer says you got a headlight out. No, sir, I had to make room for my turbo. Camaro against Camaro. I like that soft top Camaro in the left lane. A very good looking car. I believe this is a solid grudge match right now. Stick shift cars, stick shift cars, stick shift racers. Lanes 3 and 4. 3 and 4 for stick shift cars. Both staged up. Here we go. Oh. Might have had an issue out of that convertible Camaro. Sounds like it shut down on him right off the hit. Cool little invention right there. So bar sticking out of the front of the quad with a big roller on the back of it. And a nice little, one of those little wheels like you see on a shopping cart that spins around, and hey, that just needed a little bump start is all, I guess. Now he's going. Just finishing off the run now. I think that one was about 44 seconds. He's not going to get much out of a win out of that. Going to have to come back around and line back up. So your grudge racing is lanes 1 and 2. Your stick shift cars are in lanes 3 and 4. We got the all clear. Camaro, old school Camaro in the left lane. Mustang laying down some rubber. Mustang's been trying to get hooked up here. Ran a few times last night. Looks like he's getting the power down a little bit, still spinning. This Camaro-ish in the right lane. I've been looking forward to seeing this car run. Got one run on it last night. A slightly modified Camaro in the right lane. That Monza in the left lane. John Dickinson in the right lane, out of Bonnie Lake. My hometown, here we go. coming off the start, so we're gonna have to figure out some traction on that thing. Obviously, she's making the horsepower. More grudge racing going down right now. Kenny McPherson in the right lane in that 63 Nova. Gorgeous car. Derek Losey in the left lane in that Fox Body Mustang. This is great grudge racing at its finest, so grudge racing is where it's at. Right lane spun her off. Mustang got a great jump out of the hole. Derek Losey taking the win in the left lane. This is grudge racing at its finest. Seems like we're having a little bit of tires blowing off in the right-hand lane. I don't know if that's just all driver input. Typically the lanes here are very, very comparable. Mark Dunlop out of Snohomish in a 2000. Stick shift. We need you in lanes 3 and 4. Stick shift in lanes 3 and 4. The Alpha takes it in the left lane against the BMW 135. Two Fox Body Mustangs coming up now. Al Mangold in the left lane. Jeremy Shelter in the right lane. Both Fox Body Mustangs. Stick shift cars, lanes 3 and 4. Boy, that's an even match. Looks like Al Mangold in the left lane taking the win. Chris Benton in the right lane. Big wheelie out of the left lane. That Nova 2 in the right lane laid down some heat. Lanes 3 and 4, 650 index for your second qualifying run. Lanes 3 and 4 for your 650 index for your second qualifying run. Anthony Moore in the left lane, taking the win. Richard Johnson in the right lane, the 71 Nova. Not quite getting her done. Stick shift cars now pulling up to the water box. 650 index cars, 650 index cars. We need you into staging, into 3 and 4 lanes. 3 and 4 for your 650 index cars. Two different styles of stick shift cars. Mustang Fox body. Woo! Oh my goodness, ran those things up high. So then the Scooby-Doo in the left-hand lane, all the way from Oregon. All-wheel drive car. You see it pull around the water box and then come back in. Pretty decent sized turbo. I kind of snuck a peek underneath the hood of that car. A guy you see pretty much around almost 15 or 20 cars. He helps out all kinds of pits. My good friend of mine, Chris Young, down there on the start line. Great dude. Runs around all kinds of different pits, helping people out, getting their cars prepped. And he is also nicknamed the Fat Ninja. That looked like a tough jump out of that Scooby-Doo. Boy, that looked like a little rough on the drivetrain. Ruh-roh, Shaggy. 650 index, 650 index. Lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 for our 650 index.
West Coast Grudge Test and Tune, you can come back around. Lanes 1 and 2 are open for you. West Coast Grudge Test and Tune, you can come back around. just a heads up to the Cornwall Tools junior teams. You are now receiving your 15-minute warning. So we'll call juniors in about 15 minutes. Once they're all assembled in the staging lanes, we will then do the pre-race ceremony. We have a special guest as honorary starter for the Mark Lyle Invitational today. It is none other than Jonathan Hillstrand, the captain that you see on the Discovery Channel in the TV show The Deadliest Catch. So he'll be the honorary starter. I think it's very cool that Jonathan Hillstrand's favorite hobby besides fishing on that boat is drag racing. You see him out here quite often at Pacific Raceways, and he's certainly a welcome addition to the drag racing family in these parts, that's for sure. And he will be on our honorary starter once we get the first round in the Mark Lyle Invitational for the juniors. So I apologize if that was a secret. I guess I just kind of let it out of the bag. But there you go. We'll keep doing a little bit of track prep. And juniors, just a heads up. T-minus 12 minutes till I call you to the lanes. All right, here we go. Back to grudge racing. I kind of like this format, except I didn't bring the right vehicle. I should have brought my Mustang. It failed miserably once again, but I'd have to hire a driver. Because I'd have to be up here announcing the work you do. I could hire a driver. Kim Parker and I made a deal. When I bought my car, I took it to their shop because I had to drop something off for Randy, her husband, and everybody came out and looked at my car, and then I let her drive it. She came up, she says to me, well, I'm in the passenger seat, she goes, hey, can I race this? Yeah, sure. You promise? I go, have I ever said no to you in your entire life? No. So there you go. So that's what I should have done, but, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I didn't.
I know it's a turbo car. Is it
Yep.
a 6 or is it an 8?
It's a 4-cylinder.
It's a 4-cylinder.
Yeah. Four-cylinder EcoBoost.
Wow.
Absolutely stock. I can't remember if the window sticker said 310 or 330 horsepower, but that's pretty stout.
That's pretty stout for a 4-cylinder.
It's fun, let me tell you. I don't drive it often, but it's fun. So, how cool is this? The Mark Lyle Invitational, presented by Cornwall Tools. And all the teams that are part of the junior program today, the Mark Lyle juniors, are waiting patiently, maybe nervously, maybe tensely, for round one of eliminations. And I'm about 7 or 8 minutes away from calling you to the staging lanes. Not to kind of give you a timeline, but I want you to be prepared, put some thought into your dial-ins and such, and it'll be fun. I didn't actually get a head count on how many juniors there are, but I'd guesstimate somewhere in the general neighborhood of 40.
Did I hear you say 40?
Yeah, 40, 40, I think.
What did I say?
You said between 30 and 40, so I think you're right on, Ray. That's why you get paid the big bucks.
Really?
.650 index, lanes 3 and 4. We also have Grudge in lanes 1 and 2, Grudge Racing lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4. Looking for 650 index. 650 index. Need to have you folks into lanes 3 and 4. So our 650 index. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Also, Grudge lanes are open, lanes 1 and 2. This is for the second qualifier. Second qualifier running our 650 index. A lot of times we have the pleasure to have folks up here in the booth, but this is a special one. So Lauren here is with the Tears Foundation. You're down in front of the Pro booth, and you're part of the raffle going on too. What is the Tears Foundation all about?
The Tears Foundation is a nonprofit that helps families who have lost a child. We help with financial expenses for funerals, cremation, burial, and also we offer emotional support.
So, can I get this information down here at your booth and also online too?
Yes, absolutely. Our website is www.thetearsfoundation.org, and we also have our Rock and Walk coming up on September 11th at Chambers Bay in University Place. That's a remembrance walk for families who have lost a child to honor their children.
That's a very big foundation. That's very fantastic. I couldn't imagine having to go through that, but having people like you in place to help take the burden off some is very, very critical. So can I go down there and see all about stuff about the Tears Foundation and talk to you more about it in front of the Pro booth down there?
Yes, absolutely. We'll be here all day.
Thank you, Lauren, so much for coming up. That was fantastic. So please make your way down to the Pro booth and check out the Tears Foundation. Very honorable group. Grudge racing at its finest, these two Mustangs. They've done everything but open up the doors and start throwing fists. Running different lanes on each other. This is great stuff. Basically, run what you brung, and if you think you got the beans to run her down against somebody else. Of course, it all starts on social media. One guy calls out another guy, or a gal, and
so we are looking now for Mark Lyle Juniors to the staging lanes, presented by Cornwell Tools. Mark Lyle Juniors, we need you now for what will be your third qualifying session. Once again, we're looking for Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning. Mark Lyle Jr., we need you now in the staging lane.
Going to stage back up with this Mustang in the right lane. Looked like he jumped a little bit, but laid out of it. A lot more of a clean run than he had just a minute ago. Looks like getting that car dialed in, that's going to be one of our Mob 275 cars, that's for sure. Along with that black Mustang he just ran with. .650 index, 650 index, lanes 3 and 4. .650 index, lanes 3 and 4. 3 and 4 for 650 index. Of course, if you want to go out and do yourself some good old-fashioned grudge racing, go ahead and hit lanes 1 and 2. 1 and 2 for grudge racing. Of course, getting ready to kick off third round of qualifying. Third round for juniors. Third round of qualifying. .650 index rolling up into the water box right now.
Jesse Blood. Looks like Jesse Blood got the win light.
Well, Stevie and Ray, my guess wasn't too far off. A 36, that's what year that truck is. Doesn't resemble much from where it was originally. Obviously a little bit quicker than when it came out of the factory. Just a little bit. Body's been modified just a little bit, Ray says. Our 650 index cars are out on the track right now. I'd like to poke my head underneath the hood of that Camino. El Camino's been running good today. That purple Challenger, that thing is pretty cool too. That's the thing about West Coast Grudge. We were wondering where the transmission fluid was coming from, and it was right here on the start line. Yep, that Challenger looks like she's bleeding a little bit out of the bottom. So our 650 index is going to be on hold just for a minute. We've obviously got ourselves a little bit of a cleanup here on our transmission fluid. That El Camino sure does come out of the hole pretty good.
Man, right when great, you didn't think it'd get any better. What's better than great? Greater. Because guess what? This just became a Wally race for the juniors. Yes, that's right. The Mark Lyle Invitational will award NHRA's coveted Wally trophies to the winner in Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. That's kind of a big deal. Wallies are also on the line for 275 and Big Tire in the West Coast Grudge. So that's kind of cool. I mean, there are a lot of drivers that race for 30, 40, sometimes 50 years before they ever get an NHRA Wally trophy. And guess what, kids? And I mean that to the drivers who aren't kids in 275 and Big Tire as well. There's Wallies on the line for Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, 275 and Big Tire today. So late breaking news. I wish I had the dun 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 dun, theme music or something, but it's the best I could do on short notice. You know what I mean?
So grudge racing, if you're still interested in grudge racing, we have lanes 1 and 2 open. 1 and 2. You'd like to do some good old-fashioned grudge racing, head on down to lanes 1 and 2 and line up. A little bit of transmission fluid we're going to be cleaning up here. Lack of traction on that one, blew the tires off twice and then had to roll it out. That happened. So it's the name of the game. Can you stick to the ground? That's what it is for that Mob 275. You could have a ton of horsepower, but if you don't have the traction, it's not going to do you any good. Gonna be frying up some burgers down here in the water box. We're just trying to get rid of that residual ATF that got dropped down on the track. That's some slickery stuff. We don't want that on the tires, so we're gonna go ahead and get her cleaned up real good. Huge shout out, of course, to Binford Metals. Binford Metals, the title sponsor for West Coast Grudge. Just doing the last little bits of cleanup here. We need to make sure we cook all that ATF out of the track. Like to take care of the rest of our sponsors here. Those guys, Rods and Customs, Hand and Trailer Repair, STM Real Estate, Capital Duct Cleaning, Radioactive Fab, Ghostum Delta Cams, Amco Transmissions in Puyallup, PSCA Online Store, Peterson's Union 76. That's where you go get all your race fuel. Ace Race Parts, DAC Tunes, Scott Spielman Welding, River's Edge Cafe, Turbo Jixer, Custom Concrete Northwest, Nana's Arrangements, Herman Motorsports, Aberdeen Automotive, Extreme Motorworks, The Car Guys, RPM Roll Bars, Purple Nurple Photography, Dune Shark Apparel. Of course, Dune Shark Apparel is here, right by the West Coast Grudge tent. Go down and check out their apparel down there. 3-minute warning for juniors. 3-minute warning for our junior racers. 3-minute warning for our junior racers, and then we're going to get going. Last but not least, Northwest Welding and Gases. Don't forget to hit up the West Coast Grudge trailer for their West Coast Grudge swag. And then run right over to the Dirt Shark, Sand Shark. Dune Shark Apparel. Dune Shark Apparel. Messed that up 3 times. Dune Shark Apparel. It's all handmade stuff right out of Enumclaw, Washington. So great local business. Had a great opportunity to chat with them down in Dune Fest just a couple weeks ago. Anyway, Dune Shark Apparel down there. Go check them out.
All right, when we resume here in a moment, we're obviously going to get back into our Mark Lyle Jr. program presented by Cornwell Tools. And this will be their, and I promise, final round of qualifying. I said the last round was the final round of qualifying until I was informed of 2 things in regards to the Mark Lyle Juniors presented by Cornwell Tools. First off, this is going to be their final round. It's coming up, of qualifying, that is. And this weekend, specifically today, they're racing for NHRA Wally trophies in Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. Don't worry, I'll also mention that the West Coast Grudge 275 and big tire categories are also racing for NHRA Wallies today.
That's a big deal. I mean, the Mob 275 class, basically they go out there, they slug it out against each other. But getting a Wally also, that's a pretty big deal. And then the big tire guys, that's a heck of a good show. I don't know, but I'm still kind of leaning towards the Mob 275 because some silly stuff has happened. I mean, we've had guys blow tires off and spin all around, all over the place, and I've seen Mob 275 guys stand it all the way up on the rear bumper. So you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and actually, if you look at the starting line, just in front of the Cornwell Tools canopy, between the canopy and the Northwest Nationals A board, you can see the Wallies down there. Pretty cool. I want one. All right, and I promise this time, this is the final round of qualifying for Mark Lyle Juniors, presented by Cornwell Jewels. All right, so little Abby Cole takes on Kimberly Brost in this final shot in qualifying. Right now, Abigail is number 6 in the qualified order based on an 0.92 reaction time from earlier this morning. Kimberly Brost, even better. She is 3rd, an 0.46 reaction time. Only Katie Froud and Carson Craig are ahead of her. Kind of interestingly, East versus West in this matchup, as far as geographically in Washington State, because Abigail Cole is from Auburn and Kimberly is from Selah. Well, an 0.46 reaction time for Abby Cole matches with an 0.62 by Kimberly Brost. So that'll move Abigail up 1 spot to the number 5 position and bring forward our next pair, which will feature Zach Minor, Federal Way at 9 years old, and Ellie Brown from Yakima, who is also 9 years old. All right, here we go. Can Zach or Ellie improve on their reaction times? Of course, Ellie and Zach are down near the bottom of the 12-car order in the number 10 and 11 spots respectively. But let's see what they can do. They can definitely, there's room for improvement. In fact, either driver is certainly capable of taking over the number 1 spot, but in order to do that, you've got to be 0.16 or better. And obviously, for Ellie Brown at least, an 0.19 red light is no help, and for Zach Minor, a 2:21 reaction time will not help his cause either. So they'll remain down at the bottom of the 12-car field in the number 10 and 11 spots. That will bring out Katie Froud. Miss Katie is number 2 qualifier after a stellar 0.38 reaction time in what I thought was the final round of qualifying in session 2. But she's back here again with another shot at taking over the number 1 spot. Got to be 0.16 or better. Make no mistake, Katie's competition this round is not the biggest kid in Junior Thunder. At just under 4 feet tall, Jasper Webster, though, stands strong in the number 5 spot with an 0.54 reaction time, but he'd love to be the number 1 qualifier at his grandfather's event.
We'll see how tall he is after he pulls this light.
Well, a tough red light start for Jasper Webster will be no help, and another 0.36 reaction time for Katie Froud will not give her the number 1 spot, but hey, she goes from 0.38 as a best to an 0.36 as now her best reaction time, so things are improving round after round. She goes red the first round of qualifying, 0.38 in round 2, and now 0.36 in her 3rd and final shot. So I guess in textbook style, that's what you try to do in qualifying, improve your number or your position if you can. And for Carson Craig and Dawson Ridge, this is their final shot at doing so. And for Carson Craig, a completely different story than anybody else in the 12-car field because he stands strong as the number 1 qualifier. But Dawson Ridge is a former Division 6 champ. He's Number 6015 in our hearts, and he's 9 years old on the table. Check it out. The stage is set. Will Carson Craig better his category leading 017 reaction time? Or will it be Dawson Ridge who improves? Yeah, just like I thought, Dawson Ridge much better in his third and final shot at 089 in reaction time. That will not improve his positioning, however. He'll stay number 7 in the qualifying order. Carson Craig also unable to improve his reaction time, but hey, when you're number 1, does it matter? All right, Grayson Gandy rolls in next to face Coda Tobel, the Rebuilder team car, who's currently number 2 in the points during the regular Cornwell Tools Junior affair. But no points today in the Cornwell Tools Series for the juniors. This is the Mark Lyle Invitational, and the Mark Lyle Juniors are in full display here this weekend. Grayson Gandy is number 6 in qualifying. After 2 shots down this racetrack in the 8th mile, 081 was his best effort. Coda Tobel ranked a couple of spots behind him in the number 9 spot with a 152 reaction time best. So both drivers looking to improve and move up. But I'm not telling you racing a junior is easy. I've done it a few times. It looks easy from here. Once you're sitting in the driver's seat with all the safety gear strapped on, whole different story. How about Jonathan Hillstrand as our official honorary starter for the Mark Lyle Invitational? I think that's cool. That'll bring up little Sydney Loshik, who is 12. And apparently, according to her, the question she hears the most is, how do you say your last name? It's Loshik. I'm really happy that I know that now. I did not know the H was silent, so I was Holoshik. It's not Holoshik, it's Loshik. I'm not hooked on phonics this week, okay? Plus, I'm old. I can come up with a few more reasons on why I got that wrong. 138 this time for Sydney. And that apparently is going to do it for Junior Thunder qualifying, following this run by, well, maybe not. I could be wrong here. Hold on. Emma E. Squardo rolls in next. .074 reaction time for Emma this time. She matches that with an 1180 run at 52 miles an hour. For those of you that want to get involved in the Mark Lyle Invitational raffle, you can do so at the Pro Shop. Buy a couple tickets, set yourself up to possibly win some really cool raffle prizes. All right, here comes Junior Lightning, the Mark Lyle Jr. Check it out, Cole Dickoff, who's just up here visiting with us in the announcer room. It's always good to see Cole, especially now that he's a lot taller than I am. I got to look up at him.
I'm just going to say something about that.
Yeah, thanks, Ray.
No, he's taller than both of us.
Yeah, you got the same problem. I got you. So Cole matches up with Michelle Brown, who hails from Yakima, Washington. I would guess that Michelle will be taking a trip to Woodburn for the ET finals in a couple of weeks.
Better of the two lights, Cole Dickoff, 019.
Yeah, but Cole Dickoff's the number one qualifier, and 019's not bad, but he had already cut an 001 to nail down the number one spot, and I don't know that anybody's going to top that, because you got to be perfect in order to win it.
We could have a perfect night.
We could. Anything's possible.
Let's hope for it.
Well, I always hope for perfect fight. Come on. Here's Natalie Erickson and Rayleigh Higgins, the Hello Kitty 3 junior car. I wonder if Rayleigh will celebrate her 14th birthday at the ET Finals in Woodburn this year.
You going to go to Woodburn?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're the main guy down there.
Well, I don't think I'd go that far. I'm not the main guy anyway.
Well, Stevie talked me into going to Woodburn this year.
I'm glad, too. I was actually stunned that you were coming. I wanted you to come, but I didn't think you would. It's cool, though. It'll be fun. I mean, if you can't have fun at the ET Finals, you're doing something wrong. All right, so Natalie Erickson goes 026 red, while Rayleigh is 166 green. And they'll stay number 10 and number 11 respectively, as obviously Rayleigh was better earlier in the day with an 049 reaction time, and Natalie was also better earlier today with an 057. So they'll stay down near the bottom half of what is a 13-car field in Junior Lightning, which will set up David Jackson now from Missoula, Montana.
I was going to say, I don't think I've ever seen that car before, and that's the reason.
Yeah, exactly.
All the way from Missoula.
So my question is, my Googleating friend, how many miles do you got to drive to go from Missoula, Montana to Pacific Raceway?
I'm going to say 375.
Miles or hours?
No, no, miles. Maybe it's 373.
1,474 miles. What? See, Google can't be right on everything. Well, maybe it can. We just asked the wrong question. There we go. That sounds more likely. I was like, when it first said 1,004, wait, no. How about 474 miles?
No, I was fairly close. 375 was my first guess.
Yeah, you're only 100 miles off, Ray.
Yeah, but that's fairly close for that distance.
Okay. Apparently you're good at horseshoes and hand grenades, too.
Especially horseshoes. Depends on what you're driving.
All right.
Could be driving a Bentley, you know.
So how about Dustin Ridge and Sahara Went? So Sahara is down near the bottom of the 13-car field in the number 12 spot. Her best effort so far today is an 075. Dustin Ridge, a little better, number 7. 043 was his best reaction time.
Oh, by the way, when you're playing horseshoes, do you have to take them off the horse?
Last time I checked, yes.
Oh, okay. That's where I made my mistake.
Oh, a tough red light for Dustin Ridge. 011 red. Sahara Went with a huge improvement. She'll move into the top half of the 13-car field with a nice 013 reaction time, and in fact, move into a tie for third. So right now the league is led in Lightning for the Mark Lyle Jr. by Cole Dickoff at a 001. Jazzy Bean and Sahara Wen are both tied with 013 reaction times. That will bring up Hayden Rossi Pendleton, Oregon. All right, Hayden Rossi, 8:35 and 76 miles an hour. Bring up our next pair, and Benjamin Faller's trying to complete a highly successful racing weekend. You see, last night he was involved in what was kind of a fun little junior gambler. Ended up winning in the final last night, collecting a fairly substantial cash payday. He'd like to continue his winning ways, but right now he's just trying to better his qualifying position. He is number 13 in the qualified order. Wow, dueling red lights between Benjamin Faller and Cole Fricke. Obviously that won't help them any as far as qualifying position. This will be the final car in Junior Lightning. It is none other than Lindsey Miller, who is 14 years old. So Lindsey right now has the best of an 0:48 reaction time in her previous two tries. Currently sits in the number 10 spot and obviously would love to move up. So Lindsey Miller, outstanding 003 reaction time, will move into the second spot in qualifying, all the way from number 11 to number 2. Nice work.
Big announcement for Mob 275. Mob 275. We're actually going to run you at 1:15. 1:15. That is 15 minutes early. So 1:15 for our Mob 275. Make sure you're up here, stage ready to roll. So Mob 275 at 1:15, we're going to have you in lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 for Mob 275, and that correction in time is going to be for 1:15. Of course, we're getting into some more grudge racing right now. Lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2, if you want to run what you brung, you got somebody you got a beef with, bring them down to lanes 1 and 2 and run it out. That's grudge racing at its finest. See if we have a little bit more luck out of this blue drop top Camaro that had a rough go at it last time. Let's see if he can get hooked up and get down the track. that thing does sound mean, doesn't it? Oh, that Camaro sounds mean in the left lane. And that's the Tempest, is it not, Ray, in the right lane? Or I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Ray is the foremost expert on Tempest. I'm giving you that title. For whatever reason.
Down so you can put the sword on my shoulder.
So grudge racing going on right now. If you want to do some grudge racing, line up in lanes 1 and 2. And remember, 115 for Mob 275. Oh, happened again. Something's going down with that Camaro. Ooh, laying patches. You see the patch he laid? Finally getting back into it. It sounds like it almost motor shut off. It might have flooded it or something. Cool color scheme on this Corvette in the left lane. Stevie pointed out that I was like, look at the patina on that Corvette. He goes, I just want to point out something. Those Corvettes are fiberglass. so it's definitely paint or a wrap to make it look like that, because the chrome is perfect on it. Fox Body Mustang got out good. Corvette got some work to do, but a good reaction time. So a 71 Nova against a 2017 Alpha. Richard Johnson in the right lane at a warding. We're doing our grudge match racing right now. If I had a quarter to bet, like Ray would say, I think my money would be on the right lane.
Hey, hold on. You can't bet like Ray. You drive a Bentley.
Maybe that's all I got left. That's all I got left. And I'm hoping any of you guys up here have any gas money to get me home. Pontiac Firebird right lane, left lane, Chevy Camaro. Well, one. There you go, nice big 6-cylinder turbo. That's a cool sound. You don't hear that often. Pushing 6 cylinders, and I'm sure that thing's got a turbo the size of a cement mixer under the hood.
Let me say something right here. Gene Fleury has been working feverishly on this Buick, trying to get it ready for this very weekend and maybe this very pass. I've been like following along with his escapades on Facebook, because every once in a while he'll post something in regards to the Buick and the fact that he's trying to get it ready for this weekend. I've been anticipating the debut of this car this year, at least for me, here today. This is cool. Truly one of the great Mob 275 drivers, and I don't even mean here in the Northwest. Anywhere in the country, this car is known.
Woo, baby! Gene got her done. That thing bit and split. There was he carried those front tires for quite some time. He had great traction underneath that car. Mob 275. Mob 275. Lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 for Mob 275. We're going to be hitting the track at 1:15. 1:15. More grudge racing. Grudge racing. You got a car, you want to run it, you've already signed up, you've already done tech. Fox Body Mustang against a more current Mustang. Tim Brendan in the right lane out of Enumclaw, 21 years old in that 89 Mustang. KJ Glennon out of Salem, Oregon in his 05 Mustang. Mob 275, you're going to be first up at 1:15. We're going to do some track prep too. Those two Mustangs getting ready to go. Looks like the Mustang in left lane jumped a little too far in the staging. Solid run by both drivers. Looks like left lane, that would be KJ taking the win on that. The salmon-colored Nova. Sean Butler out of Bonnie Lake in that 72 Nova. And in the right lane, Dave Hudson out of Tacoma. Dave Hudson's going to get a reset in the left lane. Salmon colored. Alpha in the left lane. Mark Dunlap out of Snohomish. 2017 Alfa Romeo. That's one of the cars you typically don't call out on a drag strip, right, Ray? And that's something you don't normally call out. But one you do is a 71 Nova, driven by Richard Johnson. Shortly after, the Kent Police picks up Ray and the EMTs. We're going to do some track prep for our Mob 275. Of course, our big tire is going to be up after that. But 1:15, we're going to do our Mob 275. We have some official stuff coming out of Topeka, Kansas right now. We'll run for filler.
So we're going to join the live audio cast of the national event from Topeka as we await the arrival of some more test and tune cars in lanes 1 and 2. So if you've been through tech and are a test and tune driver, if you want to make another run, you just need to bring your car back to lanes 1 and 2. We're going to do a little work on the racetrack. In the meantime, here's live coverage from Topeka.
Yes, I know you do. Get out your phones. Do it right now. We need you to text to win a pair of tickets to the 2022 Menards Heartland Nationals right here at Heartland Motorsports Park. The letters are up on the screen. You have to be present to win. NHRA to 844-776-6472. Do it now, do it fast, do it immediately, and this is your chance to win a pair of tickets on us to come back next year in 2022. Text the letters NHRA for National Hot Rod Association to 844-776-6472, and that's your chance to win a pair of tickets to come back next year on us for free. Do it now.
Hang on, I'm texting.
You can't win.
Hey, Joe, did you tell the Wolf that you're a Green Bay fan?
I'm not a Green Bay fan.
Whoa, got his attention.
No, hey, last year I met Christian, 2 years ago, I met Christian Okoye out here, the Nigerian Nightmare. You remember that, Alan? He was out here?
Yeah, and you told him you were a Denver fan. That wasn't a good
I'm not
move
a
either.
Denver fan, Alan. I am a sad but hopeful Miami Dolphin fan.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And that's what made it. I am Christian Okoye running over the Dolphins. You should be happy. You guys won the Super Bowl, man. Like, you're rubbing it in. I get it. You guys got Patrick Mahomes and the whole deal. I get it. But you know that Tom Brady.
Who?
I'm not afraid, Casey Wolf. I'm not afraid. That's it. It's on. There we go. Put up. Oh, he's going to use the crane technique. I'm out.
I'm starting to wonder now if that's loaned. I'm telling you, the Wolf is getting ready. If somebody wants to throw down, he's ready, no matter who comes out after him.
And you know those guys are typically pretty athletic.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can handle the heat. They're trapped in the suit all day. I mean, that's a real Wolf. Sorry, kids.
We're getting set for nitro. Just as soon as the tractors clear the track, they'll drop the red lights and the crew chiefs will go out there and attack as they try to figure out just how much they can put down on a 130-degree racetrack. Nitro's next. Sunoco Vision now.
Let's say your coolant is like my big funny car. It has a job to do, to get from here to there. Over time, your radiator could become clogged up, full of nasty corrosion and scale that keeps it from flowing like it should. To the zombies! These zombies are like corrosion and scale, and they can definitely create a problem for you. The new Peak Antifreeze and Coolant formula has 10 times more scale-fighting inhibitors and works like this. Now that's more like it.
New Peak Antifreeze and Coolant, now with 10 times more scale-fighting inhibitors and superior lifetime protection. Try and top it.
It's a shop on wheels, a rolling office, your home on the road. That's why your racing trailer should be the perfect fit for the way you work. Pegasus Race Trailers has been manufacturing custom full-size transporters for some of the NHRA's biggest teams since 1999. Each trailer is built from the ground up to your exact specifications at our facility in Sandusky, Ohio at factory direct prices. Visit us online or give us a call for more information. Pegasus Race Trailers, the official trailer of the NHRA.
about great runs, and when they need a partner that has to have a great run every time, they turn to Buffalo Turbine.
Buffalo Turbine offers a full line of blowers, sprayers, dust control, and odor control equipment. Every Buffalo Turbine is manufactured in the USA. See the full line of products at buffaloturbine.com. You know what works? FVP Platinum batteries work. They're built to start, period. FVP, preferred battery of the NHRA.
Are you passionate about motorsports? Are you looking for a career in motorsports? And he loses on a hole shot. Erica Enders is your 2020 Pro Stock World Champion.
I gotta give a lot of credit to my team. I love this life I get to live.
An NHRA launch motorsports careers is what you've been looking for. Find a job you've been dreaming of today with the help of the NHRA. Go to nhra.com/launch today and get on board.
Okay, wait a minute. The Wolf needs a little help. We're trying to do a wave. Let's start at the starting line, go down to the finish line. There you go. See, Wolf, I love you. Not like that Joe guy on the starting line that roots for, Denver and Green Bay. I got to admit, that wasn't the greatest wave I've ever seen, but maybe we'll have a chance to try it later. First pair pulling up. It's going to be Leah on the left side. The Cookie Pop, brand new look this weekend. Menard family still helping out as they have all season long. Of course, Pennzoil, Mopar, Dodge SRT. She won the last stop on tour. And Scott Palmer over here on the right side. Now, Scott did not run yesterday. They came out yesterday with Alex Laughlin's Powerbuilt car to get him solidly in the show. Scott said, we'll run one today. We'll come out and run mine tomorrow. No problemo. Leah did not get a clean run down the racetrack yesterday, and that's why she's having to be up early. How about the Candy Pop look? I said Cookie, didn't I? Candy Pop. I don't want to yell that. Those things are actually great. As luck would have it, they have them at the Sundry Shop in my hotel. Look at the Wolf. I do not believe the Wolf was ready for that. Oh, sure. Now you want to be Joe's friend. All right. Billy Torrance was number 1 yesterday. Brittany 2. Mike Salinas 3. Steve Torrance, Justin Ashley round out our 370 players. 3.717. Last night was best in category. Leah's team, even though the car has a different look at it over there on the Candy Pop machine, that's the same team that conquered the blistering hot racetrack out in Pomona a few weeks ago. It is certainly not as warm here as it was there. Neither is the track temp. It's about 20 degrees less here. And for Scott Palmer, we don't see him out here very often. But when he comes out, that car is basically a clone of the Capco boy. And they always have Bobby and or Dom Lagana over there, kind of giving him a little look-see and a little extra advice. You can't be adjusting the car once it's pre-staged there, guys. .389, 314 miles an hour for Leah. That is way better. Way better. Palmer hit the gas and that thing went, I'm not sure exactly what it was, but hopefully we can take another look at that on the NHRA replay and maybe figure it out. Hey, Joe, has the Wolf been revived yet? It looked like you knocked him out.
I don't know. We're down here with Casey Wolf. Casey, what is your reaction to NHRA Nitro? He's loving it, Alan. He's dancing, he's loving, he's crying. Tears of joy. The tears of Nitro joy. How about that, Casey? Your first taste of NHRA Nitro. You've won Super Bowls. You've seen Mahomes touchdown. How does this compare to those amazing moments? It's definitely in the top few. Casey Wolf out here at the NHRA. Casey, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming out. How about it? Oh my goodness. That was kind of cool. All right.
Hey, Casey, tell all your friends about us, huh? We'd love to have them come out and visit. Watch this again. Watch Palmer's car. Okay, that was just weird. Hit the gas, pipes went wet. Leah, however, solid run, 3.897. We'll wait and see how that matches up with the rest of the field after they continue on. Now, what they did last night, I mean, I don't know. I've been proven to be wrong so many times. And that 371 last night, I'm not sure if anybody's going to be able to top that today simply because the racetrack is so much hotter. But this is what it's going to be like tomorrow, so you better figure out how to navigate it right now if you intend to be around late tomorrow. Rolling in next, Antron Brown at the ready line. Kyle Wirtz are going to be pulling up as soon as the tractors get clear. While the tractors are out there, let's go down to Joe.
All right, Mob 275, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Mob 275, we need you now. Lanes 3 and 4 are open and available for you. Mob 275, come on. Once again, I want to take a moment while it's quiet. We await the arrival of Mob 275 in lanes 3 and 4 to thank the sponsors of this year's Mark Lyle Invitational, including Kim and Randy Parker and Parker's Race Shop, Dave Barcelone and his company, Dave Barcelone's Truck Town. I want to thank the track staff for their time and effort this weekend, along with Cornwell Tools, who happens to be the title right sponsor to the junior program here at Pacific Raceway, along with the high school program as well. They also own the scoreboards on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Also want to take a minute to thank Ron and Tracy Buckholz, who own Federal Way Automotive. Also to our friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts, to the friendly folks at the go-kart track named PGP, and of course, your friend and mine, Scott Imbler, for a cash donation. So without the support of those folks, the Mark Lyle Invitational wouldn't be near what it is today, as it is the largest cash payout for a junior race on the West Coast. That's saying a lot if you think about it. $5,000 in guaranteed payout. Thanks to those sponsors for your support as well. So Mob 275 should be headed this way into lanes 3 and 4. We've got a couple of test and tuners waiting patiently in lanes 1 and 2. And once we get everybody assembled in the staging lanes, we'll be ready to go. Well, I'll give the Mob 275 folks some credit. They're not as fast to the staging lanes as the juniors when we call them, but they did a pretty good job. We've only mentioned that we need Mob 275 a couple of times, and here they are. And they come in force.
You know, we have two classes that come immediately when we call them. First of all, it's the juniors. Johnny on the spot, but followed really close is the motorcycles.
Yeah, that's fact.
However, the motorcycles aren't here today.
Nope, it's all about the Mark Lyle Invitational, the Mark Lyle Juniors, and our friends at West Coast Grudge this weekend. We'll go back to our regularly scheduled programming, which includes the A Street Automotive series next week.
That's right, that'd be August 21st for the A Street Automotive.
Give a heads up to the drivers in the big tire class. 15-minute warning for you. So you should be getting things ready. We're calling you to the lanes here shortly. But you should be on track in approximately 15 minutes. Big tire drivers, heads up. You'll be on track in 15 minutes. We'll call you to the staging lanes very shortly. So here's a question for you, Ray, because I don't think I've ever asked you this, and I've asked you a lot of things, okay? Have you ever raced a real fast small tire car, like something that runs in the 10s or the 9s or faster?
No, not small tire, no.
No. What did the Baron have on it originally when you got it? Was it a big tire car when you bought it?
No, it was it was probably only a 10-inch.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking.
But when I had it, it was 14-inch.
Oh, okay.
Had to do mucho cutting to make it a 14-inch tire.
You had lots of modifications and a little bit more money out of Ray's wallet, I'd imagine.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, see? Anytime we can get a large amount of funding out of Ray's wallet, I always want to mention it, because it's rare.
No, not when it came to my race
The
car.
next time you say, and I quote, "Hey Stevie, are you hungry? I'm going to the snack bar and I'm buying." I'm going to get that on tape. And Ray is speechless.
I am speechless.
That worked.
But I
perfect.
believe you.
That worked perfect.
Well, Tim, we're almost ready for your guys' story.
Yeah, we even called him in place for you in your absence.
How did we do? Did we do okay?
Did you hear that we also put the big tire guys on standby? We'll be calling them shortly. They should be on track in 15 minutes or so. Yeah, it's going to be great. Not trying to take your job or anything, but you were absent. I don't know what you were out doing, but it seems
That's none of our business.
It seems like you changed your clothes. Well, here, don't tell me about it. Tell them about it. That's kind of scary when a guy changes his clothes in the middle of the day. I'm just saying, guys don't do that.
Most guys don't do that, but this one does. TPQ does, that's right. We did a costume change midday. I pretty much stunk up that other shirt pretty bad. So I went down to... So I went down to Dune Shark Apparel. Of course, they have shirts down there. Local business right out of Enumclaw. They do some cool tie-dye shirts and so forth. I'm a little on the old school side, just a solid color. But go down there, check him out. He's right there next to the West Coast Grudge trailer. We're ready to kick this thing off, the Mob 275 at 1:15, and that's what time it is now. Our Mob 275 is getting ready to kick it off. Mob 275. We need you down in lane 3 and 4. 3 and 4, Mob 275. Corey Sherman going for the Lance Armstrong edition on that bicycle.
You know, your wife told you that you cannot take that Bentley down the track. What did she say about somebody else, like me?
She said call the paramedics for him if you ran it down because you're going to need it.
And the police, huh?
Yes. So apparently we got that BMW. Yep, he's running a 235 rear tire. Mob 275 getting ready to get up into the water box and get this thing cranking out. Last call for Big Tire. Last call for Big Tire. Make your way up into staging lanes. Mob 275's getting ready to jump in the water. Last call for Big Tire for staging in the back of 3 and 4. Last call for Big Tire. Make your way up to lanes 3 and 4. This is your second qualifying on Mob 275. Kenny McPherson in the far lane in that 63 Nova. Derek Losey out of Tacoma in his 87 Mustang. Beautiful paint on that Mustang, and of course, that big old turbo right where the Ford emblem should be. And then you could, like I said, you could always tell when the exhaust comes out in front of the front tire. I had some guy explain it to me too, why the turbo cars are considerably quieter than your standard naturally aspirated. He said when you take, basically, you're taking the exhaust sounds and you're putting it through a Cuisinart, and you're chopping up the sounds because the turbo's spinning. Something I didn't know. Well, physics aren't my strong suit anyway. Counting to 10 is still something I'm working on. Derek in the left lane, Kenny in the right lane. Mob 275, second qualifying is kicking off. Oh, Kenny smoking the tires. Losey hooking up in the left lane. Caden King in the left lane, all the way from Arlington in that Fox Body Mustang. Bill O'Brien, woo, coming off quick. You got to pay attention. Bill O'Brien in the right lane. Tim Brandon in the left lane, out of Enumclaw in that 89 Mustang. Adam Covert out of Oakville, Washington. Where's Oakville, you might ask? I do not know. We might have to hit the old Google A on that one. Stick shift cars to the back of lanes 3 and 4. Stick shift cars to the back of lanes 3 and 4. Adam in the right lane in that Barracuda. Tim Brendan in the left lane in that Mustang. Staging up, there it is. Good jump out of Tim in the left lane, taking the win. Brian Gott in the left lane out of Kelso in that Fox Body Mustang. Corey Thompson in the right lane out of Milwaukee, Oregon. Getting all staged up. Big jump out of the right lane, Corey Thompson. Corey Thompson taking the win on that one. Chris Benton in the right lane out of that 63 Chevy 2. Jeremy Shelter out of Castle Rock in that 88 Mustang. Cool looking paint color. Big Papa Smurf in the left lane. Second qualifying of Mob 275 going right down. Great jump coming out of Chris Benton in the right lane. Is he still going to hold it? Still holds it. Running some pretty daggone good times out of here. Brian Hayward out of Marysville in that left lane. Fox Body Mustang, and then Gary Main.
Gary Main spends a lot of money on nitrous just purging.
He could be. Oh. Looks like they just cut him off. In the right lane. Big tire call to the back of lanes 3 and 4, last call. Also stick shift cars. Stick shift cars, we need to have you in lanes 3 and 4. Stick shift cars. Brian Hayward taking a run himself. Dueling Mustangs on this next Mob 275 run. Gary Hobson in the right lane in that all black. Mustang in the left lane, KJ Glennon in that 05 ready for paint Mustang. Couldn't get the Mustang stuck in the right lane, left. That was our last Mob 275 cars. Just jumped out of the hole. Big tire going into the water box now. Big tire getting ready to go into the water box. Big tire going out into the water box right now. Boy, that Chevelle in the right lane, boy, that thing looks good. Long and lean. Not too often, and fast. Not too often do you see a convertible. I keep talking about that all day, just because I had never seen one out here on the track.
The reason you keep talking about it, it's a true story. There's no protection there if the car rolls. I hope he has a good roll bar.
Yes. I hadn't looked inside of it yet, but I'd like to, just to see how decked out that roll cage is. But boy, that thing sounds mean. Check it on the Camaro in the left lane. I see some of these guys kneeling down on the track. I know if I did that in shorts, it would be like a waxing episode. They'd take all the hair right off my legs. Looks like that was a false alarm underneath that Camaro. They're going to line it back up. Yeah, we thought we saw an oil underneath of it. We did a double check on it. Was not that car. It looks like we got a possible fuel delivery issue. That's just a stab in the dark from me. I don't know anything. Accelerator pump in the carburetor, Ray's saying. As soon as he pops off the line, the thing just absolutely goes dead and then comes back in. Some more big tire stuff going. John Razzler in the left lane. Steve Adams in the right lane.
I hear thunder in the pipes.
This one should be exciting. I tell you what, Steve Adams, first time we're seeing him running all weekend. So that is part of your big tire racing. Steve Adams in the right lane. He's staging up right now. John Razzler in the left lane. I'm gonna have one of those before I die.
Almost blew the Cornwell Tools
canopy over?
Yeah.
I tell you what, everybody's shirt within 50 feet of that whole start line was moving like they just jumped out of an airplane. First time we've seen this car run this weekend, and we're really looking forward to see what Steve Adams throws down. Now, mind you, that's part of our big tire group here. Everything changes when he pulls it up to the line. Everybody's got their hands over their ears and earmuffs on, and I guarantee you I'd be real cautious walking around the side of that thing with the pipes coming up out of the side of it. Staged up. Had to pedal it some coming out of the hole. Steve Adams taking the win out of that right lane. And it wasn't quite the fastest so far, but he had to pedal her.
He did a good job pedaling.
He did, because that thing started to get squirrely. So is that a 55 Chev in the left lane?
56.
56.
I think it belongs to the Parker family.
Last call for stick shift. Last call for stick shift. What is the difference between a 55 and 56 back end? Is it the taillights? And it's got a 55 front end? Perfect. And then in the right lane, it's a Camaro-ish. It's a little stretched out, a little bit modified. And that's John Dickinson out of Bonnie Lake. Looks like they were going to send it back out. .650 index to lanes 3 and 4 for your first round of elimination. 650 index down to lanes 3 and 4 for your first round of elimination. John Dickinson still going to get himself a run here in the right lane. For our stick shift cars, we need to have you in the back. We need to have you in the back of lanes 3 and 4 so we can get lane picks. .650 index, lanes 3 and 4. We're gonna have you in the back of lanes 3 and 4 so we can pair you up and get you into the proper lanes. Brian McDonald in the left lane in that. Sean Frick out of West Richard, Washington in the right lane in that Camaro. Classic Mustang against Camaro. In our big tire cars. Staging up, infamous Mustang versus Camaro. Blowing off that dentist gas, purging out the system, making sure everything's solid for that nitrous oxide to get into that intake. Looking for both sides to light up. Here we go. Jumping in the right lane. That's not gonna get her done. We have our last round of Big Tire coming into the water box right now. Last group. Scott Imbler in the right lane. Gene Fleury in the left lane. Saw him run once already. This is going to look really exciting.
Junior Thunder, you should be in lane 5. Junior Thunder, lane 5. Junior Lightning, you should be in lane 6. This is round number 1.
Gene Fury in the left lane in that Buick Regal, the infamous 6-cylinder turbo. Scott Imbler, Big Boy V8 in the right lane.
Keep your eyes on the 6-cylinder.
I'm very, very curious to see the outcome of this. Looking for double bubbles on both sides. Oh man, Gene's asleep at the wheel in the left lane. Scott Ambler jumping out solid. Woo! That's a pretty decent run.
So again, Junior Thunder should be in lane 5. Junior Lightning should be in lane 6. Round number 1 for Mark Lyle Invitational. Sponsored by Cordwell Tools.
Our stick shift racers coming up, getting ready to jump into the water. $650 index. Need to have you at the back of the lanes. 650 index, have you back at the back of the lane so we can get you paired up. 650 index, need to have you at the back of the lanes to get you paired up. Stick shift racers are heading out into the water right now. Lots of Nissan 240 in the left lane, Fox Body Mustang in the right lane. Stick shift cars getting ready to take off. Oh, asleep or lost something.
I think he lost fire and restarted it.
That very well could have happened. So in the right lane, at fiberglass patina rusted Corvette in the right lane with a single run. That Corvette rolling through the gears, that was pretty impressive. Got out of the hole real solid. Looks like he got clean up to at least third through the 8th mile trap. We're gonna run some grudge racing. Index cars, 650 index cars, need you to the back of the lane. Couple grudge racing going on. Dodge Charger against an Alfa Romeo. Something you don't typically see. That BMW is actually fairly quick. That little 135. Looks like our 650 index is all set to go. Our 650 index is coming up to the line. And this is part of our eliminations. .650 index, first round of elimination, heading into the water box.
Heads up eliminations, no dial-ins.
That is correct, and it's also immediate green. Daniel Helgeson in the left lane in that 78 El Camino. Sean Gersline in that 79 Camaro in the right lane. This is our 650 index, first round of elimination. Big wheelie coming out of the left lane, burning off tires in the right lane from Sean Gersline. Daniel Helgeson taking the win in the left lane. He is moving on. Sean Gersline is heading to the trailer. Jesse Blood in the left lane in that Blazer, that Chevy Blazer. Darren Fleckenstein in the right lane, looks like not gonna get it done. The win going to Jesse Blood in that S10 Blazer. Single run on your 650 elimination in the right lane. Big wheelie coming out of the right lane. That was our final run of our 650 index elimination. That was your first round elimination.
Well, as you now know, the Mark Lyle Invitational is a yearly event, and for the junior program here at Pacific Raceway, it's the largest event of the year, featuring the most competitors. And having said that, we'll say it again, that this is the largest cash payout on the West Coast. in junior racing this year. So there's a lot on the line for the Mark Lyle Juniors here today, presented by Cornwell Tools. And so we want to thank the following companies for their support, including Kim and Randy Parker and Parker's Race Shop, Dave Barcelone and his company, Dave Barcelone's Truck Town. Of course, the track staff, who do an amazing job in preparing this racetrack, not only for the Mark Lyle Juniors, but for the West Coast Grudge folks as well. We'll thank Cornwell Tools for their continuing support of the youth movement here at Pacific Raceway by sponsoring not only the regular junior program on a weekly basis, but also the high school series as well. We'll also take a moment to thank Federal Way Automotive and Ron and Tracy Buckholes for their support, our friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts, and of course the PGP go-kart track that is part of the Pacific Raceway complex. And last but certainly not least, with a very nice cash donation, your friend and mine, Scott Imbler, who's out here racing with the West Coast Grudge. So we thank those sponsors for their support. All right, Sydney Holochik gets ready to take on Kimberly Groves. And this is a matchup between the number 3 and number 9 qualified juniors here today. Now this is first round, and for most racers, I don't care if you talk to a youngster in the junior program or to Antron Brown, who races in Top Fuel. First round is always the most critical. You try to get a round 1 victory, obviously, and hope that you can get on a little bit of a roll as you progress through rounds. But if there's a stress point in drag racing, there is none greater than round 1. So, having said that, it's game on. As this is the opening round of eliminations for the Mark Lyles Jr.
Well, we have one car here with a slight advantage on the reaction time and also takes the win. That would be Cindy Leshek. Runs a 9.62 on a 9.57 for the win. So Sydney coming back for another round of eliminations. Here comes Abby Cole, tower side, dialed the 11.46. Go to Tobel, over in her right-hand lane, dialed 9.03. So Abby, you leads the starting line first with the 11.46 dial. Both stay, light comes down, light goes green, and we're off. We have a clean tree, they're both green. Wing light comes on for Coda Tobel. Coda dialed 903, runs a 906 for the win at 66 miles an hour. And this is Junior Thunder. Jasper Webster over in the right lane, dialed 1217. He's getting a head start over Ellie Brown out of Yakima, who's dialed 1190. So this is Yakima versus Covington. So we have two green lights, a little sluggish, but they're green, and that's the good sign. And Jasper Webster takes the win, dials 1217, runs 1236 for the win at 50 miles an hour. Katie Frode here in the tower side out of Spanaway. Dawson Ridge over in the right lane out of Kent, dialed 918. Wow. Katie dialed 917, so dial-ins are really close, within 100th of a second. Chip draw, grudge. West Coast trailer. Well, Katie goes red here in the tower side. Automatic win for Dawson Ridge. Dawson will be back for next round. Takes a win light with a 918 on a 918 dial. Nice pass for Dawson. There comes Zachary Meyernard, tower side, and Grayson Gandy over in the right lane. Gandy dialed the 1190. Zachary dialed 1250.
Mob 275 and Big Tire head to the West Coast Grudge trailer for your chip draw. Make sure you head down to the West Coast trailer for your chip draw, your Mob 275 and Big Tire.
So Zachary goes red on the starting line. Grayson takes the win. Dialed 1190 takes the win with a 1196 at 50 miles an hour. Esquerdo, tower side, 1179 dial. Carson Craig, dial 1203 over in the right lane. Carson out of Bonnie Lake, Emma out of Ording. One of these drivers has a big advantage on the starting line. And did not take the win. Esquerdo takes the win with the 1194 with the 1179 dial. So Emma coming back for next round. Looks like we're going to change classes here. Odd number of cars in the class. So Cole Dickoff going to get a single. Cole Dickoff from Auburn, Washington. Dialed 790. So in a single, Cole cuts an 05 for reaction time, dial 790. And it goes through with a 797, 80 miles an hour for Cole. Jazzy Bean over in the far lane out of Lake Taps. Michelle Brown, tower side out of Yakima. Brown dialed 790. Same as Cole Dickoff. Cole Dickoff not on this pair though. Jazzy Beans in the other lane, dialed 8 flat. Jazzy Bean with the 8 flat dial gets to leave the starting line first. Brown has to do the catch-up. The chassis goes red on a starting line. Automatic win for Brown. Brown dials 790, goes 795 for the win. So Sierra went over to right-hand lane, dialed 792. This is another close handicap here. Ray Lee Higgins, tower side, dialed 799. Ray Lee out of Olympia. Went out of Selah, Washington, right next to Yakima. Well, they're both green. Win lane, right-hand lane. Ray Lee breaks out. Ray Lee had the starting line advantage and breaks out. Breaks out by 4 thousandths. So Wint coming back for another round of eliminations. Ty Gardner, tower side, out of Vancouver, dialed 790. Dustin Ridge, out of Kent, right-hand lane, dialed 796. A lot of close dial-ins here tonight. Ty goes red by quite a bit. Dustin Ridge, automatic winner. Dustin dialed 796, runs 802 for the win. Here, next pair up, Hayden Rosie over in the right lane. Out of Pendleton. Tower side, it's Ben Fuller. Out of Marysville. Ben dialed 790. Boy, that seems to be a popular dial in this afternoon, 790. Hayden dialed 833. One of these drivers cut a 0-0 something. That would be the one with the win line. Cuts a 005 on the starting line. And Hayden takes the win with an 837 on the 833 dial. Tower side's going to be Natalie Erickson, dialed 797. David Jackson over in the other lane. Another close dial-in. 798. So it's a 798 and a 797 dial-in. So this is going to be a Mercer Island versus Missoula, Montana duel out here on the starting line. also Missoula over in the right lane. Mercer Island here in the tower side.
All the way from Missoula, Montana and Poverty Rock.
And goes red by 2 stinking thousandths. All the way from Missoula to go red by 2 thousandths. Natalie takes the win with the 802 on a 797 dial.
2 thousandths of a second. Oh, man, that's a heartbreaker.
Lindsay Miller, right-hand lane, dialed 798. Cole Freaky, tower side. Freaky dialed 795. And boy, there's a lot of close dial-ins today. Well, reaction time's fairly close. Let's see what happens at the 8th mile. Winlight goes to Miller. Miller dials 798, takes the win with an 809 at 79 miles an hour. So that was the end of the first round of juniors. And we got testing tunes coming.
That's right. We call them West Coast Grudge Racers. Coming up, we got our Firebird in the right lane, and we got our Camaro in our left lane. West Coast Grudge Racers. If you want to go out and hit some lines, go ahead and hit lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2 for our West Coast Racers. Of course, brought to you by Binford Metals. Mob 275, Mob 275. Need to have you at the lanes at 2:30. Mob 275. Mob 275 to the lanes. Mob 275 to the lanes. And no good news for the Camaro. Looks like he's back out of it. They're going to push him back off the track. Tempest did shoot out of the row. Nice and clean. Anthony Moore out of Marysville. Mob 275 to the lanes. Mob 275 to the lane. Camaro made the power this time, but he couldn't stick it to the asphalt. That was a heck of a wild ride, but now he's making the power. Something didn't cut out on him last time. Camaro's back up and running now. Mob 275, Mob 275 to lanes 3 and 4. Mob 275 to lanes 3 and 4. And of course, if you just want to do some West Coast, old school West Coast racing, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2 for that grudge style racing. Lanes 1 and 2, just show up and run. Lanes 1 and 2. Mob 275, Mob 275. We need to have you in lanes 3 and 4. Run them on up. Let's get them all staged up. Lanes 3 and 4. Mob 275, Mob 275. We're going to be lanes 3 and 4. This is our first round of eliminations. Mob 275. Mob 275 to lanes 3 and 4. Mob 275 to lanes 3 and 4, please. And Big Tire, you guys should be getting ready as well. So Big Tire, you should be getting ready to get on deck here right behind Mob 275. Mob 275, Mob 275. We need to have you to lanes 3 and 4 now, please. Mob 275, need to have you to lanes 3 and 4. This is your first round of eliminations. Mob 275. Mob 275. We need to have you in lanes 3 and 4. Mob 275. We need to have you to lanes 3 and 4. This is first round of eliminations of your Mob 275. Mob 275 to the lanes. Mob 275 to the lanes, please. It is 2:30. We're heading up to on deck for Mob 275, our first round of eliminations. Mob 275 coming up to the water boxes right now. This is your number one elimination. King in the left-hand lane. This is elimination round. Bill O'Brien in the right lane. Oh, just blew off the tires. Bill O'Brien not able to make it happen. Caden King pulling off the win in the left lane. It was just trying to get that 79 Malibu. Stuck to the ground, wasn't able to get her done. Tim Brendan running out in the right lane out of Enumclaw. KJ in the left lane with that all primer Mustang. Staging up, this is our first round of eliminations for Mob 275 cars. KJ in the left lane, Tim Brendan in the right lane, staging up. Instant green. KJ smoking the left lane, taking the win. That Mob 275 car making it work, sticking to the ground and taking off. Corey Thompson in the right lane for Milwaukee, Oregon in that 67 Chevelle. Big tire to the lanes, please. Big tire. We need to have you to the lanes, please. Big tires to the lanes. Great jump out of that Mustang in the left lane. Looks like that's going to take the win. It is. Ryan Hayward. That's who I have down on my slip here in the left lane, taking that win. Adam Covert in the left lane from Oakville in that Barracuda. Right lane, Jeremy Shelter out of Castle Rock. 88 Mustang, the Papa Smurf mobile in the right lane. That Barracuda in the left lane. Mob 75 class is just stacked. Well, Jeremy jumped out, I'll say like a day and a half early. Maybe a few hours early to running a red light. Big tires to the lanes, please. Big tires to the lanes. Gary Main Jr. in the left lane out of Castle Rock in that 66 Chevelle. Derek Losey in that black Mustang in the right lane. Derek Losey taking a big win out of that right lane. Looks like we had some spins coming out of Gary in the left lane. Wasn't able to stick her down. Joe Lopez, all the way out of Lake Stevens. And that 2012 Mustang. Competition single runner. Joe Lopez with a single run coming out of the left lane. Oh, Lopez lit up the rear tires right out of the get-go. Big tire to the lanes. Big tires to the lanes. Kenny McPherson in the left lane from Olympia in that beautiful 63 Nova. Chris Benton out of Vancouver, Washington in a 63 Nova as well with the classic patina on it. The battle of the 63 Novas. Blew the tires off in the left lane from Kenny McPherson. Chris Benton going for the win. Bryson Guy doing a single run in the left lane. That 1994 Fox body. Drag the track a little bit here, do a little track repair. Getting into our big tire. First round elimination on our big tire. Prepping for our big tire, West Coast Grudge big tire race. Gonna get them all staged up. Here we go. We're gonna take them into the box. Our first round of eliminations coming in for the Big Tire, West Coast Grudge of Big Tire. First round of eliminations. We just finished up our first round elimination on our Mob 275. $650 index. Make your way up to the lane. $650 index. We need to have you make your way up to the lanes, please. Our $650 index. Make your way to the lanes, please. Our Big Tire is now coming out of the water box, heating up those tires, getting ready to take off. Scratch that on the 650 index. Do not on 650 index. We need the last of our Big Tire cars. Big Tire cars. We need to have you to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4. Coming on the backside, Chad Rice in the left lane in that 66 Chevelle, taking the win. John Dickinson in that right lane, going to take a single competition run. Al Marigold. For Big Tire, we need to have you down at the staging lanes, please. Al Marigold, we need to have you at the staging lanes for Big Tire. John Dickinson get a good solid run out of that. Looks like he's got his clutching and stuff figured out. Really got the power down to the ground. Randy Parker in the left lane in that 56 Chev. Mike Thielen out of Olympia in that 67 Camaro. We know that thing is extremely fast. Well, Mike Thielen, to see if he can get that thing to hook up. I know he had some issues last time. We're coming in our first round of eliminations. We are in our first round of eliminations right now.
I don't know. Which side of the fence are you on here? Do you like the Lenco planetary transmission turbocharged car? Or do you prefer the supercharged car of Thielen?
I like the supercharged car of Thielen, but I think it's the issue of getting it stuck to the ground is the biggest problem.
Well, he may have bigger issues than that. Look what's happening here. It got pushed back to the starting line. I don't know if it had reverse.
Reverse is extra weight that you don't need.
Okay. Just remind me not to park behind you. You'll be fine.
Well, and I'm sure he's not nothing but just a suit on. There's no clothes on underneath of it. He's cutting every ounce out that he can.
Dude, you're kind of getting a little personal. Just saying.
Well, that's what he told me. I'm just going off of what he told me. Here we go. Looking for those double bubbles coming up on our staging tree. Prediction was right. The right lane with Thielen. Just hunting and searching for traction, but that thing is holy smokes fast. Scott Embler, single run in the left lane. Scott Embler looks like he's got that thing dialed in now. He's hooking up and sitting straight down the track. That looked like a solid run. 650 index. 650 index to the lane. 650 index to the lanes, please. I'm really keeping an eye out on that 6-cylinder Buick. It's not your father's Buick anymore. This bad boy rips. Gene Fury in the left lane, in that Buick, and the right lane, Sean Frick. Sean Frick, that is a beautiful car in that right lane. There's Chris Young again down here helping people, our crew. Like I said, I think there's less cars that he isn't helping the crew. .650 index to the gate, to the lines. 650 index. Oh, this is going to be a good run. Gene, only pushing 6 cylinders, takes her to the line first. Left lane win out of Gene Fury. .650 index. 650 index. We need to have you to lanes 3 and 4. 650 index. Need to have you to lanes 3 and 4. .650 index. 650 index. Need to have you to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4. 650 index. Need to have you to the lanes. That was the last run of our big tires. Last run of our big tires just ran off. .650 index, 650 index. Need to have you 2 lanes 3 and 4. If you have a raffle purchase, the raffle will be called out in just a couple minutes down at the...
Right in front of the pro shop, Tim.
Right in front of the pro shop. Thank you very much. I had a little
you
bit
did
of
it wrong. Right in front of the pro shop, Tim.
Right in front of the pro shop, Tim. That's where it's going to be.
Actually, you still got time to make a quick ticket purchase.
You can run down there real quick and buy up 20 tickets or so and get those thrown into the pot. You might get a little bit more fortunate that way.
Anyway, now, where is it, Tim?
It's in front of the pro shop, Tim.
Exactly.
Word for word. I had to repeat it. 650 index. Make your way 2 lanes 3 and 4. Stick shifts. We need to have you down to lanes 3 and 4. Stick shift. Need to have you down to lanes 3 and 4. Stick shift racers with the West Coast Grudge. We need to have you down lanes 3 and 4. Stick shift racers need to have you down lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4. Let's talk about golf carts for a second. Check out that relic of an Easy Go. That is fantastic. 650 Index. 650 Index is getting ready to pull into the water box. Mark Sanders in the left lane in that 38 pickup. Daniel Helgeson in the right lane in that El Camino. That El Camino's been pulling strong all day. This is your 650 Index elimination round. Big wheelie coming out of, how did that happen? Coming on at the last, 6 inches? He went past Mark Sanders, turning the lights on at the end. Unbelievable.
I told you Sanders was an unbelievable guy.
Wow, holy smokes, elimination round, Mark Sanders taking the win. Jesse Blood in the left lane. Mike Mueller in the right lane. Mike Mueller taking the win in the right lane in that 90 Mustang. 650 elimination rounds. Stick shift cars, we need to have you 2 lanes 3 and 4, stick shift cars. 2 lanes 3 and 4. Stick shift to the lane. Stick shift cars to the lane, please. You need to have stick shifts 2 lanes 3 and 4. Mob 275 and Big Tire head to the West Coast Grudge trailer for your chip draw. Chip draw down at the West Coast Grudge trailer, your 275 and your Big Tire. Head on down. Stick shifts to the lanes. Mob 275 and Big Tire to the West Coast Grudge trailer for your chip draw. Getting our stick shift drivers in the cars, we have our Camaro, our Mustang, and our Corvette. Mob 275 and Big Tire. Head on down to the West Coast Grudge trailer for your chip draw. Also, if you're just gonna run some good old-fashioned West Coast grudge racing, head on down to rows 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Our stick shift cars are coming up to the line. I didn't.
You know, there's a green Nova ahead of the staging lane number 1. If that's your car, please move it. Cars in the staging lanes that should not be unattended.
Here we go, our run for our stick shift. Dennis Thomas in the left lane out of Snohomish. That 68 Camaro, boy, that thing just sounds violent. Kenny Sampson in the right lane coming out of Bonnie Lake. This is your stick shift cars. Getting all staged up. Stick shift cars. Here we go. The Mustang. Kenny. Don't even. Oh boy, that was close. Holy smokes. Dennis Thomas was sleeping at the tree. Kenny Sampson taking the win. Holy smokes, that was close at the end.
Looking for junior dragsters. This would be round 2 for juniors. So we're looking for Junior Thunder, lane 5. Junior Lightning, lane 6. Juniors, round number 2.
West Coast Grudge racing right here at its finest. Versus Firebird.
Okay, so Juniors, if you lost first round, you want to make a testing tune, please fall in behind round number 2. Can you believe this is the start of football season? Seahawks playing tonight. Who are they playing tonight? The Raiders, that's right. I doubt if our illustrious quarterback, Russell Wilson, will be playing tonight. They're going to save him. They're going to save him for the real season.
West Coast Grudge racing right now. We have Mustang Fox Body left lane. Very cool color of green on that Nova. Al Mangold, he was running in his big tire, but unfortunately he was not able to make it. Richard Johnson in the right lane in that 71 Nova.
Was he ever early? Wow, Johnson out way before the tree was activated.
All right, it's time to go to round 2 of the Mark Lyle Invitational Junior Program, presented by Cornwell Tools, and a group of folks who we want to give some thanks to, including the Scott Imbler, who was nice enough to donate some cash to the prize fund. Also want to thank Kim and Randy Parker and their company, Parker's Race Shop, my friend Dave Barcelone and his company, Dave Barcelone's Truck Town. Of course, the track staff doing their normal tremendous job in keeping things in order and keeping the track in a safe and level playing field. Of course, we want to thank Cornwell Tools because they continue to provide support to all the youth programs at this racetrack, including the junior program, the high school program, and many other things. Also, thanks to Ron and Tracy Buckholz and their company, Federal Way Automotive. Also, thank you to O'Reilly Auto Parts and our friends over at the go-kart track, TGP, for their continued support of what we do during the annual Mark Lyle Invitational Junior event. Now, there's $5,000 on the line. We've already gone through round 1. The remaining drivers are waiting patiently in the staging lanes for their second round, and Ray mentioned this earlier, but I'll do it again. If you finished a first round runner-up and thought you couldn't make any more runs, you're wrong. You can follow in behind this second round of eliminations and get another time trial if you want, just for fun. So once again, if you lost first round, there's still hope for you to make another run if you want. You can follow in behind this second round and make a time trial if you want to. And I don't know any kid from 8 to 80 who wouldn't want to make another run in their junior car. Just saying. All right, round 2 of Junior Thunder about to get underway. Everybody in this round's one step closer to the money rounds. And with a $5,000 total purse, this year's running of the Mark Lyle Invitational is the largest money event in junior drag racing history on the West Coast. That says a lot.
Don't forget the Wally.
West Coast Grudge Test and Tune, guys. Lanes 1 and 2, please. West Coast Grudge Test and Tune, lanes 1 and 2. All right, so we begin round 2 of junior combat with a matchup between Coda Tobel and Emma Esquerdo.
So Emma Esquerdo, right-hand lane. Coda Tobel, tower side. 903 versus the 1194.
So Emma heads into the second round as number 7 qualifier. Coda Tobel was number 10. Head start in the matchup will go to Emma. Miss Esquerdo is dialed 1194. Will give up, or have to her advantage at least, almost 3 seconds worth of head start. Coda Tobo, Emma Izquierdo. Winner is Coda. 906 on the 903. Emma broke out and broke out big. She was dialed 1194, ran 1175 in the loss. Next is Jasper Webster. Little guy is #1 in the points in Thunder during the weekly Cornwell Tools Junior Series. Here he finds himself up against Dawson Rigg, who's also in the top 10 in those same Cornwell Tools weekly points, in the number 7 spot. Qualifying wise though today, Jasper Webster is number 5, and Dawson Rigg is number 8. So little Jasper Webster, trying to get it done in round number 2, has to advantage the head start. 12:22 is his dial. A much quicker car of Dawson Rigg will give chase. First of all, hoping not to red light, and second of all, hoping not to go quicker than 9:17. And it is Dawson Rigg. Had a sizable, more than 0.2 of a second advantage in reaction time. And that's tough to overcome. I don't care who you are. Even John Force can't do that. All right, Sydney Loshik and Grayson Gandy. Oh, Sydney breaks out, 960 on the 61 dial. Are you kidding me? She broke out by 1,000th of a second. Ouch. 1209 on the 1193 sends little Grayson Gandy to round number 3. All right, we go to Junior Lightning from Junior Thunder. And as we do, the first matchup will feature Cole Dickoff, Auburn, Washington, and Sahara Wen from Selah, Washington. East versus West in a classic battle here in Junior Lightning to kick things off. Head start to match up by 400. We'll go to Cole Dickoff. He is dialed 797, while Sierra Wen is dialed 793.
This is just like first round. The ETs for dial-ins really close to each other.
And man, with the timing of the event being what it is, the juniors haven't run in more than an hour and a half.
Yeah. I tell you, Cole Dickoff was up here earlier. He's another guy. He's taller than both of us.
I know. kids, they grow up fast. It's actually kind of scary. I actually love it when the junior kids come to visit. It's even cooler when the junior kids advance into the full-size combat and still come to visit anyway. I like that too.
Did Cole come up and sing the Star Spangled Banner one year?
No. So the win goes to Sahara Wynn. She was 019, 795 on her 93 dial. She had a sizable reaction time advantage, but was able to parlay it into a win.
Goes red for Ridge. Erickson takes the win with an 8-0. Hayden Rossi over in the right lane. Tower side is Michelle Brown. Brown dialed 790. Hayden goes 833. 833 versus 790 for dial-in.
Hayden Rossi and Michelle Brown. Man, this is going to be a dandy. They were separated by 400ths, and I told you it'd be a great drag race. Margin of victory for Hayden Rossi, 88/10,000ths of a second at the finish line stripe at the 8th mile. Wow, that might be the closest race of the day in the Mark Lyle Invitational.
And that was Pendleton versus Yakima. Pendleton was the winner.
Geographically speaking, yes. Well, this looks to be the final pair in round 2 of juniors, I think. Excuse me. If I stand up and look out the window a little farther, I realize there are 3 cars left. So Lindsay Miller was actually the final car in round 2. The juniors you're about to watch are just making test runs because they can.
So here we go. These are the Test and Tune juniors. Benjamin Fuller, who won last night, he's over in the right-hand lane. Tower side is Jazzy Bean. This is Marysville versus Lake Taps. red light for Fuller. But this is just a testing tune, so it doesn't really make much difference. But look at Jazzy Bean, 017 green light, goes 804 to the 8 flat of Benjamin. Carson Craig making a single tower side, 9 years old, out of Bonnie Lake. Single goes 06 from the starting line. Being a testing tune, he doesn't have a dial in, but let's see what he runs. Goes at 12:10, 53 miles an hour. So back to West Coast testing tune. '79 Camaro tower side. I was going to tell you what kind of a light he cut, but we get no times up here for the grudge run, guys. So this pair, they like to race each other. They raced each other, I think, 2-3 times today. It's a Pontiac Tempest tower side, 69 Camaro, right lane. 69 Camaro, 66 Tempest. Test and tune to lanes 1 and 2. Test and tune 1 and 2.
doing a little work on the racetrack before we go back to West Coast Grudge. What do you guys think? Should we tune into the happenings in Topeka for a few minutes?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Before we do, let's call Mob 275 to lanes 3 and 4. Mob 275, West Coast Grudge, lanes 3 and 4, please.
.983 to 60 feet. That's what they've been missing. They hadn't been able to get the car cleanly off the starting line. 2:05:38 is the best speed he's run as well. So Alan Brzezinski just went into the number 14 spot. Now it is not a lock, but he's in a whole lot better position right now than he was a minute ago. And Rob Tucker is not running at this session. They had problems in the car last session. They apparently were unable to get it turned around and try to make it happen. So I guess that's one less bullet to the other side. But here's a couple of bullets that are going to need dodging. The track temp being down about 12 or 14 degrees from Sooner is going to help everybody. And Richie Stevens, the Vita C shot car over there on the left side. His best is 6.74. The bump spot just fell to 668, and that's because Val Smeelan, who had that 669 a minute ago, just got hip checked right on out of here. Now Val is under the tower right now, and he's got an opportunity to bump himself right back in. Christian Quadra, the orange Mustang. Icono Power trying to join his dad and his brother. Now for Christian, if he gets in, he'll bump his dad out. His dad then, of course, will have a chance to bump back in. Junior, I think, is pretty safe. That's 664. Got him in the number 11 position right now. You want to be in the quick half of the field, outrun Aaron Stanfield. Want to be number 1, outrun Troy Coughlin. You could run 6.64 right now and be number 7, or you could run 6.64 right now and be number 13, depending on what the little number is you put out there on the end of your set.
Once again, looking for Mob 275 to lanes 3 and 4, please. Mob 275, hustle up. We need you in lanes 3 and 4, please. And thank you.
That is Jim Yates down there working the wheelie bar. Trying to make sure that orange car is planting the tire exactly like it's supposed to. Neither driver qualified yet. If they both want in, they both have to run better than Mason McGahey at 6.673. Christian's car stuck the tire when he dropped the clutch. 6.6.
All right, we pause happenings in Topeka to bring you more West Coast Grudge.
Live action.
That's right. Again, looking for Mob 275 to lanes 3 and 4. Mob 275, we need you. Back to lanes 3 and 4, please.
Monza makes a pretty decent run. That was outstanding.
Mob 275 on the line. Mob 275 on the line. Adam Covert in that Barracuda. That 67 Barracuda. That is such a cool car. Joe Lopez taking the win. We're in our second group of elimination. Oh, smoked the tires in the right lane from Joe Lopez. Adam hooking up and taking off. Taking the win in the left lane. And moving on, Adam Covert. Big tires, we need to have you in lanes 3 and 4. Big tires, need to have you in lanes 3 and 4, please. Big tire racers in lanes 3 and 4. KJ Glenn and KJ in the left lane with that 05 Mustang, that sleek primer gray. And then, of course, the 63 Nova Chevy 2 with that green patinaed right lane, Chris Benton. Lopez turning out early on the track. Unfortunately, smoked the tires. As soon as you smoke the tires, sometimes you just don't have the ability to play catch up on an 8th mile. KJ in the left lane, Chris in the right lane. Great race there. Wow, KJ pulling the win in the left lane.
So Kim Webster has requested the E Squared O family, please report to the pro shop. The E Squared O family, please report to the pro shop. See Kim Webster. Ryan Hayward in the left lane. Derek Losey in the right lane. 87 Mustang against, I'll say, 88 or 89 Mustang in the left lane. That is our last Mob 275 cars in the water. Very close race. Looks like Derek taking the win. Derek Losey in the right lane.
So juniors, this is your 10-minute call. Juniors, 10-minute call to round number 3.
Last group here of the Mob 275. This is your second elimination. This is your last group right here, Mob 275. Whoa! Talk about a jump. Holy smokes, he left a day early. So breaking out.
I think the other lane was a day late.
I don't know, did you catch a red light? I didn't get a red light here. No, it was a day late. He was just snoozing at the line. So Brian Gott taking the win out of that right lane, coming in a big tire now. Fleury in the left lane with that raging Buick. And then Mike Thielen in the right lane with that Camaro. That Camaro is some kind of quick. Just being able to stick that thing to the ground. Stick shift finals 2, 3, and 4. Stick shift finals to rows 3 and 4. Juniors 5-minute warning. Juniors 5-minute warning. Mike Thielen in the right lane in that 67 Camaro. Gene Fleury. It is going to be a flurry of madness coming out of it. He's going with a Buick V6. Here we go. But what the problem is putting that power to the ground from Mike Thielen. He pedaled it and still put a NASA side gap. The last racer.
Watch the V6.
Here we go. This is going to be a great race right here. This is more of our big tire racing. That's right. When you got the Fat Ninja sitting there with you, that's when you got the cards stacked with you. Thielen pedaling it, still takes the win out of the right lane. Like I said, it's a matter of getting that thing stuck to the ground. But I tell you what, Gene Fleury had a heck of a great run. He was solid all the way out. In the left lane, Big John Dickinson out of Bonnie Lake. And then in the right lane, Chad Rice. Another group of our big tire racers here with West Coast Grudge. So a payout on Big Tire coming out of here is $1,500. $1,500 for the win and having that championship right here. West Coast Grudge, a Big Tire champion, will be determined today. Coming on late, I think this might be a Dickinson run. It sure is. John Dickinson, it's not super duper quick right out of the hole, but boy, it builds and builds and builds. It looks like they got a lot of clutching going on in that car. John Dickinson taking the win over Chad Rice. Right lane single in the right lane. Scott Imbler just gonna roll up. He's gonna have his bye run right here. Looks like he's gonna save the car. Rolled through, broke the beam, now we're gonna push him back out. So he's on to the next round as a bye. Rules are you have to go up and at least break the beam from the tree. That's what they're doing, so they're gonna roll him back and just look over the car once more just to make sure you're all set for the next round. That was eliminations. And your stick shift, stick shift. We need you up here for your finals. Stick shift. Need to have you up rows 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4 for your stick shift. Final run. And I'll take it. I need gas money to get home. That's why I need gas money.
We're looking for juniors. This is your first call, juniors. We're looking for Thunder, lane 5, Lightning, lane 6, juniors. This is round number next.
Actually, Ray, it's the semifinals.
Wow, I didn't know we're that deep into eliminations.
I'm just saying. Semifinals of Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. And big money on the line. Love it. So, while it's quiet, I'm going to remind you of several things. First of all, in late-breaking news today, we just found out that not only is this the largest cash purse for a junior event on the West Coast, you're racing for an NHRA Wally Trophy. There will also be Wallies awarded for 275 and Big Tire. So that's really cool. And I promise you that next time I have late-breaking news, I'll have the intro music. For now, it's just dun 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 dun. I know, you all thought, you know what? Let's have a golf cart race. I have a sound effect for that, too. Instead of a golf cart race, the juniors have chosen to have a cash bash. So all good. If you want to get involved in the junior cash bash, you have to go see Kim Webster at the Pro Shop. So there it is. Junior cash bash instead of golf carts and Wallies. For the winner of Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, 275, and Big Tire for the West Coast Grudge Gang. All good. You know, sometimes I feel like I fail once in a while. I've talked about the big money available for the juniors for this Mark Lyle Invitational. You want to know how much the winner in Lightning gets? $1,500 to win. If you runner-up in Lightning, you get $750. And if you get to the semifinals, which is where we are right now, you already got $250. If you're racing in Junior Thunder, the winner takes home $1,000. The runner-up, $500. And since we're already in the semifinals, the cars you see in this round have already earned $125.
And going for more.
And going for more. And there's a cash bash soon to follow for the juniors instead of the golf cart race. So once again, Kim Webster is waiting for you if you want to sign up for that junior cash bash. The Pro Shop is the place to be, and thanks to Kim Webster and the gang here at Pacific Raceways for a tremendous race day. It wouldn't be possible without the help of the following folks. Of course, Scott Imler, who is racing in West Coast Grudge, was nice enough to throw in some cash. Our friends at the golf cart track at PGP also kicking in some stuff. How about O'Reilly Auto Parts doing their part, along with Ron and Tracy Buckholz at Federal Way Automotive and Radiator. Of course, when juniors are racing, Jason Neal and Cornwell Tools are always part of the game. The track staff did what they always do and provide a fair and level playing field for the juniors and the racers that are part of the West Coast Grudge. Dave Barcelone and his company, Dave Barcelone's Truck Town, also part of the prize fund. And last but certainly not least, Randy and Kim Parker and their company, Parker's Race Shop, kicking in some stuff. So all good. We appreciate everyone's support for what has been a tremendous race for the 2021 running of the Mark Lyle Invitational here at Pacific Raceway. It has been a lot of fun. It's been a privilege to be here, along with Ray Kuhn, bringing you the action along with the West Coast Grudge stuff. This is interesting. The West Coast Grudge is not something I won't say accustomed to, because I've kind of watched it from afar. It's been neat to be a part of it, along with their announcer Tim Shellman too. It's kind of cool. What a neat race day. And it's not over yet. We're down to the semifinals in Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. Every car you see right now has already earned some money. And they're all working for more. How about the winner of Junior Lightning? $1,500 to win. All in all, this race for a junior dragster racer on the West Coast is the biggest payday in history in cash.
And
so
here
it's kind
they
of a big deal.
They're coming. Here we go.
Is Dave Barcelone actually in the house? Hey, Dave. Love you, buddy. Smile.
I see you, Dave. Smile, Dave. You're in candid camera.
Actually, he kind of is. This is being broadcast live. Pacific Northwest Outlaw Media providing the live coverage on the interweb. So not only is Dave Barcelone now world famous, we all are, because these moments in time are being captured, and you can play it back on YouTube if you want. If I said something wrong, you can catch me at it. It's not hard. Man, I tell you, Junior Lightning kid pockets $1,500. Does he still get his allowance next week?
Why not?
Great. All right, here we go. If you like a little bit of drama and a little bit of intrigue, we go to the Junior Thunder semifinal round. Right now, every driver in this round has earned $125. The winner of this round will pocket $500 with a shot at $1,000.
For his code double, he's already in money. He's gone for more right now because he's got a single run.
Yeah, 3-car semifinal. So Coda will pocket no less than $500. He could pocket $1,000 if he wins the final round upcoming.
And he's on a single, and he's going to make a full pass to check his numbers for next round.
I would think so. I mean, dude, there's $1,000 on the line. Come on.
Well, he goes red, but this doesn't matter because it's a single. Just testing the tree.
He was dialed 903 and runs 905.
He's ready.
All right, so who races Coda Tobel in the final round? That's the question we're about to answer. It'll either be Dawson Ridge or Grayson Gandy.
This is Kent versus Tacoma. Gandy being out of Tacoma, Ridge out of Kent. Ridge dialed 918. Gandy dialed 1193. Gandy getting a big head start.
The winner of this matchup will pocket no less than $500. The runner-up of this matchup got $125. Both drivers staging very, very carefully. Driver will roll in, light the pre-stage bulb at the very top of the Christmas tree, and then wait for his opponent to do likewise. Then he'll roll in a little farther and light the stage bulb and wait for his partner or competitor in the other lane to do likewise. It's called courtesy staging. Just like clockwork, Grayson Gandy is last in. They're staged and ready. Head start goes to Grayson. He's dialed 1193 versus Dawson Ridge, who's dialed a quicker 918. Here comes Dawson up the left side to try and run down Grayson Gandy. The top end win goes to Dawson Ridge. So it'll be Dawson Ridge and Coda Tobel in your final round in Junior Thunder. And we turn this page to Junior Lightning now. I'll say it again. This is the semifinals. No matter what happens, they'll take home a minimum of $250. But they want more, doesn't everybody?
Oh yeah. Here comes Lindsey Miller taking on Hayden Rossi. Rossi in the right lane, 833 is the dial. Miller tower side with a 799 on the board.
And starting the matchup goes to Hayden. She is over on the Cornwell Tool side of your racetrack. From Pendleton, Oregon. And Lindsey Miller, who is 14 years old, will be her matchup dialed at 799. A sizable hole shot advantage goes to Lindsey Miller. She parlays that into a win and is headed to the finals. 803 on the 799, and Lindsey Miller will have a shot at a $1,500 payday. So half of the final round is set. Now, the question we're about to answer is who's going to race Lindsey Miller? Well, I can tell you to either be Natalie Erickson or Sahara Wen. Now, Sahara, shockingly, is 16 already. God, where is the time gone? One crazy little junior driver is 16. to take on Natalie Erickson, who is 14. Head start to match up by 600ths. We'll go to Natalie Erickson, tower side. Again, for you junior drivers that would like to participate in the junior cash bag, you can do so by signing up at the Pro Shop. See Kim Webster. Six-hundredths of a second might seem like an eternity for Sahara Wynn. Oh no, and she goes red. So Natalie Erickson will go to the final round and a shot at $1,500.
Natalie dials 8 flat and runs 8 flat with a 7.
Well done with a decent 0.32 reaction time. It appears Natalie Erickson is ready for that final round, which will be coming up in just a little while. Again, want to remind all junior competitors, if you want to participate in the junior cash bag, you can sign up at the Pro Shop. So just a little test and tune action for the juniors.
They're getting ready for the cash bash.
Yep. I would imagine.
Sydney Loshak tower side on the single. Oh, this is not a single. Jazzy Bean's over in the other lane. But they're making test and tune. .804 for Jazzy Bean. Loshak goes at 960, 66 miles an hour.
Stevie, you were talking about getting gear over from West Coast Grudge. This is the last call for gear, for swag, over at the West Coast Grudge tent. So this is the last call. If you wanted to get any kind of hoodies or shirts or tank tops, now's the time, because it's last call for clothes over at West Coast Grudge. we have our 650 Index Finals right here going into the water box. Mr. Explosive on the left lane.
Better known as Mark Sanders.
And Mike Mueller in the right lane. So this is your finals for your 650 Index. Mark Sanders pulled a win by like the last 3 feet.
That's why his name is Mr. Explosive. The last 3 inches it took to win, and he won.
Mark Sanders, this is for the finals right here. Mark Sanders in the left lane, Mike Mueller in the right lane for all the cash on your 650 Index. Big lead out of the right lane. Sanders was pulling it off at the end, and he does it. Mark Sanders pulls the win. I swear, it's a visual mix-up with me. I swear Mike had it at the end, but Mark Sanders pulls the win on the 650 Index. Unbelievable. We are now going into our finals on our stick shift. Our stick shift racers coming up here for our finals. KJ Mosey. Derek Losey and KJ, we need you out to the West Coast Grudge trailer for your chip draw. Need to do your chip draw for your Mob 75. Here we go, finals on our stick shift. Almost claimed another pair of shoes down on the start line. So Gene in that 1960 Corvette, Kenny Sampson, and that 88 Corvette. This is your finals for your stick shift. Man, oh man, Gene pulling the win right there in that 1960 Corvette, taking the win in your stick shift finals.
Cool guy, he comes in late, gets teched late, and comes and takes it all.
He'll show you what's up. That's awesome. Cool car too, by the way. I gotta go down and check and see if it's a wrap or a paint on that fiberglass Corvette. That looks.
You gotta check the fiberglass out for rust.
You gotta check the fiberglass for rust. West Coast Grudge Racing. If you want to race down on the staging lanes of 1 and 2, just head on down. And the lanes are open. Mangold missed the big tire. Now he's out here. He's going to do some test and tune runs. So if you're still here and you want to take some runs down this Pacific Raceways track, you could just line up in lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2 are open for all teched racers. Doing the door fan bit to try to get all the smoke out of the car. Al Mangold getting that thing figured out. I don't know if he was hung up in his pits trying to get that car fixed up prior to the big tire run. He wasn't able to make his last qualifying run, so he was out. So now he's just running for information now. Mob 275 to the West Coast Grudge trailer for your chip draw. Mob 275. Head down to the West Coast Grudge trailer for your chip draw. Test and tune your West Coast Grudge. Lanes 1 and 2 are wide open. You folks can run down here, step into lanes 1 and 2, and make some passes. Lanes are open. As long as you've got your tech card, come on down to lanes 1 and 2 and make some passes. So lanes 1 and 2 are wide open. West Coast Grudge, lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2. If you want to go out and do some passes, you are more than welcome to. Five-minute warning for the juniors. 5-minute warning for the juniors. Kenny McPherson in that 63 Nova is going to take himself a spin. He's getting that thing dialed in pretty tight. Little tire spin coming off on the line. Kenny McPherson in that right lane. Beautiful 63 Nova. Juniors, make your way up to
Lane 5 and 6.
For your finals. What, your finals?
This would be their finals.
So as we do a little track prep, in preparation for something that's really cool, for those of you that enjoy import drag racing or are a fan of drag racing overall, and you're maybe like me, a gearhead, you just like things that go fast, right? This is the new car for Speed Factory, and rumor has it, it's an all-wheel drive setup that can be converted to two-wheel drive with very little work. The reason I tell you all of that is because the Speed Factory Honda that was destroyed at a racetrack back east a couple of years ago was the fastest Honda Civic on the planet. Now, how about that as part of your tagline? I drive the fastest Honda Civic on the planet. Okay? So the Speed Factory guys are no name that you probably haven't heard of if you follow import racing at all. And anytime you see James Kemp or any of the guys for Speed Factory here at the racetrack, generally they bring multiple cars, but this is a new car for them. Their intent is to eventually set both the four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive record and the two-wheel drive record with the same car. Now, I haven't talked to James in a couple of years or his racing partner, Cole Marmon, in a couple of years. So I don't know if Cole is actually still part of the Speed Factory team, but they were a force to be reckoned with, and anytime those two cars showed up at any import race anywhere in the country, you knew it was a big deal. We're lucky to have Speed Factory literally in our backyard. They are based out of Tacoma, Washington, last time I checked in. However, rumor was that they were looking for a larger facility. So I don't know if they're still in Tacoma or not. Like I said, I haven't talked to James or Cole in quite a while. But that's kind of the rundown on this particular car. Eventually, the Speed Factory team would like to set both the all-wheel drive and two-wheel drive record with the same car. This one. That was a pretty straight run. However, we were set up with the West Coast Grudge timing system, so obviously we didn't get to see a time there, but it was a good run, let's just say that. Well, it looks like the final rounds are rolling into position for the Mark Lyle Invitational here today. Now, I kind of purposely didn't mention the payout structure until late in the day because I think it's important. So where was I? Oh, talking about the payout structure. Okay, so overall, $5,000 in total payout. The largest junior payday in the history of the West Coast and junior racing is here today. You are literally watching history unfold. Now, I purposely didn't mention how much was on the line in, the purse structure. But in Junior Lightning, check it out. $1,500 to the winner. The runner-up gets $750, and the semifinalists get a cool $250. In Junior Thunder, $1,000 to the winner, $500 to the runner-up, and $125 in the semis. Now, the winner of Lightning and the winner of Thunder will race to win the toolbox on the starting line. Again, didn't mention that until we get close to time to see who gets to win it, see? That toolbox, that red toolbox on the starting line is going to be won by either the overall winner in Lightning or the overall winner in Thunder because they'll race off for it a little later on this afternoon. But wait, there's more, okay? We got Junior Gambler, or Cash Bash if you prefer that terminology. You can sign up for that over at the Pro Shop. See Kim Webster. She's like the lady in charge, you know what I mean? So Coda Tobel rolls his black dragster into the on-deck square, because we don't have an on-deck circle, okay?
That would be baseball.
Yeah, I tried to use a baseball term, and everybody's like, well, it's really an on-deck square. Yeah, I know. I mean, if you want to be absolutely succinct about it, it's an on-deck rectangle, but let's not go there. So, little Coda, at 11 years old, takes on Dawson Ridge, who's only 9. And on the line, in Junior Thunder, in the championship round, in the final, is a $1,000 payday. The runner-up takes home $500, irregardless. Either driver will take home no less than $500 in this matchup. And the winner not only takes home $1,000, he'll have an opportunity to race for a brand new Cornwell Tools toolbox. All right, they roll in carefully. The head start going to go to Dawson Ridge. The 9-year-old selects a 920 dial-in. You see the 9.20 up on the Cornwell Tools scoreboard. Meanwhile, Coda Tobel for the Rebuilder team is dialed at 902 up on the NC Cat rental side scoreboard. Everybody clean and green, and they're separated by less than 200ths in reaction time. Toward the top end of the 8th mile, your winner is Dawson Ridge. So Dawson Ridge not only pockets $1,000, he's got a shot at a brand new bright red Cornwell toolbox. Love it. You know, all of this would not be possible without the help of the following folks. Scott Imbler, who was part of the West Coast Grudge gang this weekend, just punched in a bunch of cash because it's all good. Our friends over at the go-kart track at PGP also chipped in, along with O'Reilly Auto Parts, Ron and Tracy Buckholz and their company Federal Way Automotive. Of course, Cornwell Tools provides a lot of support to this racetrack, up to and including that bright red toolbox that the overall winner of the Mark Lyle Invitational will take home with them today. Of course, we couldn't host events like this without a track staff that does a tremendous job here at Pacific Raceways. So thanks to them as well. I did not realize until late today that my friend Dave Barcelone and his company, Dave Barcelone's Truck Town, were not only providing support, Dave himself is here to watch the junior program. All good. Certainly last but not least are Kim and Randy Parker and their company, Parker's Race Shop. Randy, like Scott Imbler, was part of the West Coast Grudge in that 55 and a half shoebox Chevrolet, because the front half is 55, the back half is 56. So I'm going 55.5, okay? Almost sounds like a radio ad. 55.5 on your FM dial. Oceans of beautiful drag racing for the remainder of the day. All right, here we go to the Junior Lightning final round. The big payday at the end of the rainbow is $1,500 and a shot at the overall Mark Lyle Invitational title and that bright red Cornwell Tools toolbox you see strategically placed on the starting line. Along with that, the winner takes home one of the coveted NHRA Wally trophies. Both drivers staging carefully. The pre-stage bolts at the very top of the tree are lit on both sides. Who's going to roll in first and stage? It's going to be Natalie Erickson. Lindsay Miller follows her in. Everybody's clean, everybody's green. And for Lindsay Miller and Natalie Erickson, a shot at $1,500, and the winner is Lindsay Miller, the 14-year-old, taking home the big money, and she'll have a shot at a brand new Cornwell Tools toolbox. All right, we go to test and tune junior style. I don't know. I love it when a plan comes together. I mean, the juniors that are testing may have a little bit of a leg up over those who did not, especially if those that did not are participating in the junior cash bag. We'll get underway here in just a little bit. Sidney Loshik and Benjamin Fowler.
Benjamin goes 798 on this testing tune, 80 miles an hour. Sidney goes at 960 at 66 miles an hour here in the tower side. Ray Lee Higgins over now.
Incorrect. That is incorrect. That is Lexi Cryer driving Rayleigh Higgins' car. Because if you look over there, you can see Rayleigh waiting for her car to arrive at the starting line into the water.
I'll be darned.
So basically, we swapped out Rayleigh, who's a brunette, for Lexi, who's a blonde. Okay?
And
maybe that's easier to remember.
Obviously, my reader's board here is lying to me.
All right. So Jazzy Bean and Lexi Cryer in a borrowed car. Rayleigh Higgins gets to look on as a crew chief and not a driver as she watches her Hello Kitty 3 make a run. And Lexi Cryer's in that car after not being in a junior since October. I told Lexi it's just like, your favorite old pair of shoes. You'll just jump right back in there and it'll be fine. It's like riding a bike. You don't forget how. Ask me how I know I'm 60 and I can still do it. All right, so Jaslyn Bean and Lexi Cryer in a borrowed car. I've got to ask Rayleigh Higgins after this run what it's like to watch your race car with somebody else driving it. What's that like? It's not something I'll ever get to know. See, Rayleigh Higgins and I go way back. We first officially met in a motorhome during a rain shower. I was in the Lindsay family motorhome And Rayleigh came inside, said, "I'm hungry." She was 8 back then. All they had was cold spaghetti. When I looked at Becky Lindsay, I said, "I want some." It's funny. Eating spaghetti with an 8-year-old is pretty fun. I learned that even at 60 years old, it's okay to talk to your food. All right, so I believe we still have lanes 1 and 2 open for test and tune for West Coast Grudge, and I think they also have 2 final rounds yet to determine. Now remember, the big tire and 275 cars in West Coast Grudge are also, the winners are also going to take home NHRA Wally trophies. As I mentioned, the Junior Lightning and Junior Thunder winners get Wallies, and they will run off for the toolbox in just a few minutes. I want to remind those junior drivers that want to get involved in the Cash Bash, you can sign up at the Pro Shop. Kim Webster is waiting patiently for you. Well, maybe not patiently, she's just waiting.
Here we go. We're doing a little bit of West Coast Grudge style. Import, domestic. We have it over here, a MR2 in the left lane, as we still like to call him, a Mr. 2. And that big raw horsepower over in the right lane of Dave Hudson. Gonna stage him up and give him a run. Remember, lanes 1 and 2 are open for Grudge Racing. Whoa! Getting the front wheels off the ground on the Mr. 2, that's pulling pretty hard. Holy smokes, man, that thing looks like she's a handful. That Mr. 2 pulling off pretty hard. Mob 275, Mob 275, and Big Tire. Mob 275 and Big Tire. 2 lanes 3 and 4. Finales for the finals. Mob 275 and Mob Big Tire. Head on down here. Mob Big Tire, that's right. It's part of the mob. It's part of the West Coast Grudge mob. Head on down. Lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4. Stage them all up. Looks like that 63 Nova is going to take another test spin. Mob 275 and Big Tire make your way to the staging lanes 3 and 4. We're getting ready to come down to Mob 275. This is our semifinal. Mob 275 and Big Tire, our semifinals. Speed Factory pulling back up for a test and tune. Mob 275 getting all set up to rip. Our semifinals right here of our Mob 275. Adam Covert in the left lane out of Oakville, Washington, in that dark blue Barracuda. And in the right lane, KJ Glennon out of Salem, Oregon, an 05 Mustang of primer gray. This is a semi-final, then we have 3 cars left in our Mob 275. $2,000 purse right here, all to the winner on our finals. Woo, boy, KJ Glennon pulling it out from Salem, Oregon in that primer gray Mustang. Looks like he spent his money on horsepower as opposed to paint. Taking the win. Derek Losey on a single run. Derek Losey on a single run here. Part of the mob 275. Derek Losey in that left single run, gonna go by himself, is moving off to the finals. Wow, that thing put it down. It sounded like their clutching dialed in pretty good. That was just right on the border of breaking free and slipping too much. That sounded like a good dial on that 87-ish Mustang. Next up into the water box, we have the semifinals of Big Tire. Scott Imbler in the left lane from Tacoma, and Mike Thielen in the right lane in that badass Camaro. I love watching everybody's shirts move when he does this burnout. This is fantastic. Semi-final, Scott Imbler in the left lane, Mike Thielen in the right lane. It's all coming down to traction. Mike Thielen, we know he's got the speed. It's a matter of putting it to the ground. Scott Imbler in the left lane, been running solid all day. Holy smokes, flicking on the light, Scott Imbler taking the win. What a great reaction time coming out of that light. Holy smokes, that was quick. Mike Thielen putting it in the trailer. Last Big Tire going off right now. This is John Dickinson. John Dickinson Gonna make his single run out here. He's moving on to the finals. John Dickinson with a single run over here in the left lane. He's already moving off to the finals. Looks like he got some tire spin out of it, going from first to second. Going to be definitely going to hurt him when it comes to the final round, which is going to be coming around in just a little while. They're going to get the cars back down to the pits, tear them down, check the plugs, get them cooled down, circle them back around. Speed Factory in the left lane. Kenny McPherson in that 63 Nova in the right lane. This is old-fashioned grudge racing right here. Just got to see one run out of that Civic in the left lane. Kenny McPherson in the right lane. James Kemp in the left lane. This is grudge racing. That was a big bang coming out of the left side. Let's just hope. Oh boy, so the guys at Speed Factory are going to have a little work cut out for themselves. The important part about it, though, is they'll have what? The big thing about it, though, he's going to have a nice big inspection hole to see where the problem is. It actually lifted the front end of the car off the ground when it went. Looks like we're going to have a pretty good cleanup going out here on the left lane. I heard something about scrubbing bubbles and a whole crew of Merry Maids that they're going to have to bring out too. Motor went pretty big. So we're going to get this all cleaned up. Heard something about it at the 3:30 mark. They started to see it. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank a lot of our great sponsors that help us out here at the West Coast Garage. Of course, our title sponsor is Binford Metals. Binford Metals, of course, down in Kent. Binford Metals, great company, takes care of auto wrecking and all kinds of metal recycling. Those guys, Rods and Customs, Hand Trailer Repair, STM Real Estate, Capital Duct Cleaning, Radioactive Fab, Ghostum Delta Cams, Amco Transmission in Puyallup, PSCA Online Store, Peterson Union 76 Gas Station, Ace Race Parts, DAC Tunes, Scott Spielman Welding, River's Edge Cafe, Turbo Gixxer, Custom Concrete Northwest, Nana's Arrangements, Herman Motorsports, Aberdeen Automotive, Extreme Motorworks, The Car Guys, RPM Roller Bars, Purple Nurple Photography, Dune Shark Apparel, and Northwest Welding and Gases. The roller push of shame heading back to the trailer. That's a bummer. Always like seeing these guys out here, of course, pushing the imports scene to the absolute limit. You can only do so much stuff on the dyno. Real life application is where you end up, and sometimes it doesn't end up well. We have a junior dragster in desperate need of a welder. If somebody has a welder, please contact somebody with a radio. A staff member of Pacific Raceways, please contact them and we'll get you into the proper direction on where we need it. So Scott Spielman, actually part of our West Coast Grudge team, he's actually willing to go weld it. He just needs a welder. So if somebody has a welder here, please contact somebody with a radio. We would much appreciate it because it's for one of the junior dragsters. If anyone has a welder here on site, we could use it at the junior dragster area. We have one of our junior dragsters that is down and could need a quick welding, but we have Scott Spielman here that's willing to do the work. We just need to have a buzz box to get her done. If you have one, please let somebody know with a radio to get in contact. Wrapping up the cleanup on lane 1 here. Unfortunately, at Speed Shop, Honda Civic suffering a massive meltdown. But we're getting the cleanup all done. We're going to resume racing here shortly. We still have the finals of the Mob 275 and Big Tire still to come from West Coast Grudge. Brought to you by Binford Metals. We at West Coast Grudge would like to thank everybody for coming out this weekend. And also thank Mother Nature for not being too sweltering hot for us. It is a quiet day tomorrow here at Pacific Raceway, so that means by the end of this evening, we need to make sure we have an empty track and parking lot.
And no race motors after 11 o'clock.
And us running our mouths either. So PA gets shut off at 11, race motors get shut off at 11.
PA gets shut off 2 to 3 minutes early.
Just in case we want to.
Don't want to make any enemies.
No, we do not. One of our Mob 275 finalists are looking for a 3/8 header bolt. We're looking for a 3/8 header bolt somewhere in the pits. If somebody has one, KJ is looking for a 3/8 header bolt. If somebody has one, that would be fantastic. We need to get him buttoned up so we can get him to the line so we can run our finals. So the black trailer.
John Theophilus has a 3/8 header bolt. He's got the black troller next to the pro shop.
We're back up and running again for some garage racing. KJ, if you could go over to the pro shop, they have a header bolt over there. KJ, go over to the pro shop. They have your 3/8 header bolt there, seeing that Willie won't answer his radio. As for John Theophilus, he has the bolt. Wow, look at this pulling up to the lines. I think we're having rental car races. Got ourselves some more tests and tunes going. If you are here and you want to do some tests and tunes, you're more than welcome to down in lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2. Our Mob 275 and our Big Tire finals are coming up right now. If you are in the finals of Big Tire or 275, make your way down to lanes 3 and 4.
See that Cornwell toolbox down there in the starting line, Steve?
Yeah, I've been looking at it since we've been talking about it, Ray, and I tell you what, for this pair of juniors, of course, the Junior Lightning champ and the Junior Thunder champ, what's on the line with the win here is that bright red, brand new Cornwell toolbox on the starting line. So whoever wins it adds to their winnings today a toolbox. Now, Junior Thunder winner took home $1,000, while the Junior Lightning winner took home $1,500 in a total purse of over $5,000. And it's not quite over yet, because one of these two is going to win that toolbox. And then the next time you see juniors, it'll be, I don't know whether you prefer the term junior cash bash or junior gambler. In either case, still more junior racing to come as we bring you the 2021 running of the Mark Lyle Invitational here at Pacific Raceways. It has been the largest cash purse event in junior racing on the entire West Coast this year, and that speaks volumes for the hard work put in by the folks here at Pacific Raceway. Lindsey Miller versus Dawson Ridge. Now, Lindsey was the big money winner. She's already pocketed $1,500. And she selects a dial-in on her car of $799 versus Dawson Ridge over on the Cornwell Tool side of the racetrack, who selects a 924 dial. So, simply put, Dawson Ridge will have the head start by more than 2 seconds, or a little over a second and a half anyway. And so, big lead, right lane. When you consider they're racing only to the 8th mile, 1 second advantage plus means a lot.
This is all on the line for that toolbox.
Yeah, who's gonna, I mean, that's a nice toolbox. I don't know what the value on that toolbox is, but I would guesstimate around $1,000 or maybe $1,500 for that toolbox. And if you add it to Lindsey Miller's total, that means she will take home basically $3,000 in value overall. $1,500 in cash plus the toolbox. If Dawson Ridge emerges victorious, he adds to his $1,000 cash winnings that $1,500 toolbox for approximately $2,500 in overall winnings. All right, so here we go. Everybody clean and green. Dawson Ridge with the head start over on the Cornwell Tool side of the racetrack. Is he going to hold on to the 8th mile mark? The answer is no. Lindsey Miller got him from behind. $7.99, dead on 4 on her dial-in. Lindsey Miller wins the Cornwell Tools toolbox and adds to her $1,500 cash prize, about a $1,500 value in that toolbox for a total overall winnings. I mean, I went to Sumner High School. I think I can do the math. $3,000. Wow. Congratulations, Lindsey Miller, to a job well done. Special thanks going out to Randy and Kim Parker and their company, Parker's Race Shop, for supporting the event, along with my friend Dave Barcelone and his company, Dave Barcelone's Truck Town. The track staff here at Pacific Raceway doing a tremendous job in preparing this facility for a historic Mark Lyle Invitational in 2021. Thanks as well to Cornwell Tools. You know what they do around here. They support anything that has to do with the youth in drag racing, whether it be the Cornwell Juniors program or the high school drag program here at the racetrack. Also contributing were Ron and Tracy Buckholz and their company, Federal Way Automotive. Our friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts also kicked in some prizes, as did the go-kart track here at Pacific Raceway, PGP. And last but certainly not least, and this guy put in a lot of cash, Scott Imbler. Thank you for your support, everybody. It's been a great racing day. We're not quite done yet. We still got a junior street final round coming up next, and then the junior cash bash will be coming your way. So Junior Street, for those of you that aren't familiar, and I'm certain that there are a few that are like, what is Junior Street? Okay, so basically, you can start racing in Junior Street at 13 years old. Last time I checked, you got to have a learner's permit at like 15 or so. So you're getting an early start if you're racing in Junior Street if you start at 13, right? The only caveat to that whole thing is a parent or guardian has to be in the passenger seat. So you get an early start on how to drive a car when you're racing in Junior Street, and you get to do so at the racetrack. I don't know that it gets a lot cooler than that if you're 13 years old. Just saying. They never had a program like that when I was 13, but heck, that was a super long time ago. So Natalie Erickson and Dustin Rich have been racing Junior Street the entire year. The biggest field in Junior Street this year, I think, was around 4 cars. But here we are, racing in Junior Street. This is your final round. Natalie Erickson and Dustin Ridge. And guess what? They're both 13. It's Mercer Island versus Graham, Washington. So I'm kind of rooting for the home team because, you know, Dustin Ridge lives in the same town I do, Grahamopolis.
You're out, Stevie.
I know. You don't have to remind me, Ray. I see the red light. Tough break for Dustin Ridge. He goes 041 red, which means Natalie Erickson wins again at Pacific Raceway. All right, we have 2 final rounds in West Coast Grudge competition, and we're getting ready for what should be a really fun Junior Cash Bash. For those of you in the junior program that haven't been over to the Pro Shop, to say thank you to Kim Webster for all her hard work in putting together the Mark Lyle Invitational, you probably should do that at the very least. In addition to that, if you want to sign up for the Junior Cash Bash, you can do so right there at the Pro Shop. For those of you that didn't know, I heard a rumor that over at the Pro Shop, local Pro Stock driver Dallas Glenn has some apparel over there for sale. It used to be only available from the Glenn family, but since this is their home track, they decided we'll go ahead and send some merchandise over to our friends at Pacific Raceway so the fans in Seattle can root us on from home. So if you want to get a Dallas Glenn souvenir sweatshirt, t-shirt, baseball cap, they're all available over at the Pro Shop. Again, go over there and visit with the Webster family and say thank you to them for putting together what has been a spectacular Mark Lyle Invitational this year in 2021.
And on the 22nd, Dallas Glenn will be here in person to sign your t-shirt or your baseball cap or whatever you bought, or your scrapbook, whatever you want him to sign. And he's also going to be here bracket racing.
Yeah, you know, back when Dallas Glenn was in high school and he won the high school championship in Division 6, I thought, this kid can drive a race car. Yeah, in fact, it was an El Camino, but you know what I mean. In high school, you drive whatever you can, and if you can race it, even better yet. He won with that El Camino. He still bracket races it when he can, when he's not racing in the Camping World Series in Pro Stock.
Then again, he went to the final round for Pinks All Out.
Yeah, there is that. That was a while back.
That was won by Dave Wakefield.
Dave Wakefield, yep, that's right.
And I think Dallas Glenn crawled under the car and tapped his starter motor so he could start his car for the final round.
Yeah, I don't know that. I heard a rumor about that, but I never asked either Wakefield or Dallas about it.
I watched it happen.
Did you?
We're looking for the Cash Bash sign-ups. So, Junior Dragsters, that's you. If you paid for the sign-up for the Cash Bash, we're looking for you in lanes 5 and 6.
Actually, final call for those juniors that signed up for the Cash Bash. We need you in lanes 5 and 6, please. Again, we're looking for the drivers that signed up for the Junior Cash Bash in the lanes 5 and 6 ASAP.
We are going into our finals of our Mob 275 and our big tire, Mob 275. Up first, their track prep is all done and dialed. Mob 275 taking a grand total of $2,000 in cash. If they were smart, they would have raced a junior dragster today and gone home with $3,000 worth of goods. And probably considerably cheaper when it comes to race rigs. But we're going into Mob 275 right now. I love the orange rings on the backside of that gray Mustang, that 05 gray Mustang. That's KJ Glennon. KJ was looking for a header bolt. Thank goodness he found one. So he's all dialed in, got that header bolt on it. Derek Lousy in the left lane in that 87 Mustang. Both of these cars extremely fast and extremely well done all day long. Of course, that's why they are in the finals. Getting our burnout done, gonna run them out a little bit past the tree, back and back up into staging. They're just getting a nice little feel for this because this is one and done, this is it. So they're gonna stage up, get all 4 lights lit up on either side, and it goes directly to green. 8th mile race, if you spin it, you get back into it, you don't know what your competitor's gonna do. Mob 275, right here, the finals. This is for all the cash. They're gonna go into pre-stage, which is the top. Juniors in the cash bash, get in your cars, ready to go. Juniors in the cash bash, here we go. Staged up, green light. KJ in the right lane. Derek in the left lane. Derek taking the win in the left lane, coming out of Tacoma, Washington, with that big $2,000 payout. I'm sure that was within inches at the final. Of course, the Fat Ninja down there on the start line, he is good luck, that is for sure.
I want a nickname like Fat Ninja. Instead of Short Fat Kid. It just doesn't have the same ring to it.
Yeah, it's not as sexy, that's for sure. Scott Embler in the left lane out of Tacoma with that heavily modified Grand Am. John Dickinson with that brand new car. He's been working and working and working on that thing to get that thing dialed in. Scott Embler with solid wins all day long. This is for the big tire full biscuit right here. This is the end run. This is the last one. One and done. between Scott Imbler and John Dickinson. John Dickinson in the right lane with that 2015-ish Camaro. And then the Grand Am in the left lane. Big Tire Racing at its finest right here at Pacific Raceways. Here it is for the finals. Pre-stage done, both sides. They'll load them up. Oh, red light in the left lane. That means John Dickinson taking the win. Oh, man, that's it. If you get a little bit too much of a jump on her, that's all she wrote. John Dickinson taking home the cash on a solid green light. My name's TPQ, Tim Shellman, and that concludes my West Coast Grudge announcing for the evening. Huge shout out and thank you to Ray and Stevie for letting me come up here and stink up your house.
Buddy, I don't know how you did it, but I'm proud of you. Only guy I know that can get here late, in a Bentley no less, and leave early. However you got your job, I'm a little bit envious, buddy.
And I leave with a pretty lady, too. It's tough to beat.
Yeah, you had to rub that in, too. That may be the part that hurts the most.
Yeah, and I don't know how you announce with no information on the screen. No reaction times. No ETs. How do you do it? You talk about nothing. But you do a great job.
Just a reminder to those of you in the Junior Cash Bash, there's a 15-minute time limit between rounds. So be aware, if you're involved in the Junior Cash Bash, it's a 15-minute turnaround between rounds of competition. So junior drivers, you should be getting in, getting ready. We're going to the Junior Cash Bash round 1 right away. And again, remember there's a 15-minute turnaround between rounds. So to quell any confusion in the Junior Cash Bash, this is your first round. Dial in and go.
Only had 3, 4, 5, 6 passes already today.
Depending on how